You guys always get the best seats in the house.
We're going to get going. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. How are you doing? If I can ask everyone to come in, start taking their seats as soon as possible. We're going to get moving. There's a lot to get through this afternoon. So please come in and start taking your seats. The first thing I'm going to do, we have another wallet that has been lost. This one has an ID card from Josef Valentin Filiagnu. Sorry if I've butchered your name. Yeah? Good, cheers. No?
Oh, Jack.
There you go, dude. Phew. So just to reintroduce myself, my name is Jack Parrock. For those of you that haven't met me yet, I mean, most of you probably already have. I'm a Brussels-based journalist and correspondent, and to that end, that's why I'm going to be in here today, helping facilitate the discussions with the EPP Group politicians, the senior figures that we have here.
And I'm Joanne Sweeney, and you've also met me over the last 2 days, and I'm a digital marketing author, podcaster and specialist. And tomorrow my team and I are going to be taking you through a facilitated process to prepare you to stand here in front of this audience on Thursday morning.
Yeah, this is a really awesome opportunity. Few people get to come into a house of politics like the European Parliament, sit in the chairs, use the voting machines, ask their questions on the microphone. You're all going to get all of those opportunities over the next few days. It's a really cool and a really awesome thing to do and to be part of, and we're super, super happy to be here. So I'm just going to run through a few bits of housekeeping. Number one. When you come into the European Parliament, obviously this is a secure building, a protected building with MEPs all over doing their work. So the most important thing is that you can stay in the hemicycle while we're here. You can use the Mickey Mouse Cafe, it's called, sort of colloquially, which is if you go out the doors and to the right, you can get a coffee in there. The spiral staircase and the lifts that you use to come in and get up, just use them. But don't go around the rest of the building unless you have arranged to meet other MEPs and stuff like that. Firstly, it's a huge place. I've been here 10 years, get lost all the time still. But also for security reasons, just stay where you are. And while you're inside here, we are not allowed to eat or drink in this room. So if you have bottles, even the ones we've given you, please make sure they're under the desk, in your bags, no eating or drinking. You can pop outside, there's water fountains and stuff like that, all outside, so then you can get a drink of water. There will be moments you can sort of come and go as we go through the afternoon.
The political interventions that you're going to hear this afternoon, and Jack is going to moderate these, are really priming you for the next 2 days. I would encourage you to take some notes and to really identify the issues and the challenges and the policy positions of the EPP Group members that resonate with you. Take them into the facilitated groups tomorrow. If you have not already, you should have downloaded the EP Events app. It was sent to you by email with a unique code. Within that app, you tap on My Agenda, and from there you see the facilitated group that you are part of, the theme, but also the location of your facilitated workshops tomorrow. So that's very important information to inform yourself of this afternoon.
Yeah, and because you're going to be back in here to present those ideas. This is when your side of the work gets going. Okay, I want to have a little bit of fun to start with. And I thought what we could do, you were very eagerly clapping one another as you were coming in. So let's have a bit of a look and see who we have got with us, see which member states. So let's go down them alphabetically. I've got it on my phone. So, Austrians, give us a cheer. Lots of Austrians. Belgians. Strong Belgian turnout. Have we got any Bulgarians in? Well done, the Bulgarians up at the back. Important to say, when you're asking your questions, if there's a session that you really want to ask a question on, get yourself down the front, because I'll see you much better. The Bulgarians up the back I'm going to struggle to see, all right, so as we go through this session. Have we got Croatians in? Big Croatian delegation. Czechia, Czech Republic. Oh, they're noisy, the Czechs. Come on, let's keep going. Denmark. Where are our Danes? You're not part of our event, but welcome to the European Parliament anyway. Have we not? We did have some Danes in the groups though. No, not here yet. Maybe they'll arrive in a bit. What about Estonia? You weren't at the bingo last night. There were a lot of questions about Estonia, and we didn't know where they were. Finland? Well done. Welcome, Finland. How about France?
3 of them.
Small France delegation for a big member state. Dare I say it, Germany. That's the sign, right? That's the sign. We know where the biggest member state in the EU is. Where are our Hungarians? Hey, well done, Hungarians. Irish? Thought they might be loud. Surely there's some Italians in the house. Yeah. Very measured, stylish Italians. Latvia? Well done, Latvians. Good for a small member state. Lithuania. The smaller member states are sort of sticking up on this side at the back. I daren't say, again, from the bingo, they made quite a lot of noise last night. Where are the people from Luxembourg? Great to see you guys. Malta. Have we got any Maltese? Right up at the back, right up. Where are our Dutch? Welcome. Strong Dutch. They were prepared. They came later on. They'd already coordinated that. Anyone from Poland here? Portugal. Welcome to the Portuguese. Romania. This is really cool, right? Yeah. This is really exciting to see this as well. Slovakia. I met some Slovaks, exactly. Slovenia. Well done. Spain. A raucous crowd. And last but not least, our Swedes. I hope that shows you, it's really, it's a bit of a fun game, but it also shows how far... Have I missed one? Did I miss Greece? Ignore me. Sorry, Greece. And Cyprus. Did I miss Greece and Cyprus? Cyprus, are you the one Cypriot? Well done. How did I miss both of the Hellenic countries? Sorry, I was just going down a list. I got confused. Well, there we go. That shows exactly that we've got all of the countries of the European Union represented, and that's excellent.
So you all have your smartphones to hand. Let me just let you know the rules around the use of your phone. In the hemicycle, you are allowed to use it. Please ensure it's on silent. You don't want to be that person where your phone goes off and your mother's calling you, okay? So make sure that it's switched off. Secondly, we continue to ask you to be social. The hashtag for the event is EPP for Youth. If you haven't already, please follow at EPP Group on all social networks. They are watching for your posts, so please tag them. And again, give your views, because you are sitting in these very important seats and you have the opportunity that your peers do not have today. And we had that conversation this morning, right? how do we get our peers, how do we get younger people into politics, how do we increase diversity and foster inclusion? Well, that's your responsibility. So make sure that you communicate what is happening here to the outside world on social. And always, social media for good. Let's take Tom Cochrane's advice.
Also, just a few things. We had a bit of fun there, cheering and everything, and this is meant to be a participant and a fun event. But this is a house of politics as well. Like, it's good to be alive and good to be going. But when people are speaking during our events, please don't have separate conversations. If you do need to take a phone call or whatever, or you want to have a discussion, please just leave to the back and go and have that call and come back in. Like I've said, this is an amazing opportunity. I'm a Brussels-based journalist. To have this many politicians that I could stick questions to in a period of sort of 4 to 5 hours is a bit of a dream, and you guys have got that opportunity. So I'd advise you all to stay here, take that opportunity. You will not get this many times in your life even, let alone this week. This is the opportunity to ask your questions, to get your points across, to raise your voice here in Brussels. So please make sure you use that opportunity, and please be respectful to our speakers, obviously. Now, to that end, though, I'm going to just run through some. We're waiting for the chairman and the president of the Parliament to arrive. They're going to come in. We're going to have our opening ceremony, etc. But as we wait, I'm just going to take this opportunity to tell you how the Q&A session works. You can see there are a lot of sort of stick-up microphones in front of you. Now, to ask the question when we get to the Q&As, you will raise your hand. I will look for your hands and I will write your numbers down as they come. We will take 2 or 3 questions at a time, most of the time, because what that means is that our panelists can speak and choose which question that they are most sort of aligned with or most able to answer, because there will be a series of panelists that come and go throughout. Now, in order to do that, you'll put your hand up as I say. I will then call your number. So check the number in front of you to know which one you are, so that when I call you, I'll try and catch your eye as well. You can't just speak into the microphone. The technical staff, if you've ever seen how the sort of sessions of the European Parliament, when a sort of one political group sort of groans at something the other one has said, you can't really hear them on the microphone. It's sort of from away, and that's because the microphones stay switched off unless they're turned on. So the microphones will be turned on, and then you'll be able to ask your question. Directed, obviously, to the person that you wish to speak. We already have 2 esteemed MEPs who I will introduce shortly when we get going, but they will be available to answer your questions. It's also important to say that throughout this session, MEPs, especially senior, well, all of them, but the senior representatives that are coming for us today and to speak to us, they have busy schedules, right? So they will come and they will go throughout the afternoon at different points. That means if they get up and leave what is called the presidency, this is perhaps a bit of useful information, this where Lydia Pereira, who is an MEP who I'll introduce later, and Eva Maidel, also an MEP who we'll introduce a little bit more. Let's give them a cheers. Yay! We'll hear more from them later, and I'll do that properly. But this is called the presidency, and our esteemed speakers will be up there, and then they will come down onto the podium to speak, and that can take some time, and they also may just leave, and they'll go out for some other meetings. I can see that we have the chairman of the EPP Group, Manfred Weber, and Roberta Metsola, the president of the European Parliament, coming in. Wonderful. So, I think we should all take this opportunity to welcome the President and the Chairman. And let's take a picture. You can all take a selfie of yourselves. Hello. Wonderful to see you. Wonderful to see you. Everyone take a picture, get a selfie. Yeah, with the team. Perhaps Ava and Lydia, you want to come down? Come and join them. And use this opportunity to take a selfie of yourself, maybe post it on your socials as well. You can also do that. Hey, it's great to see you. Take a quick picture. And everyone else, you can stand, you can take your own selfie, post it online, use the hashtags that have been explained to you, and then we'll generate a bit of online traction for the event as well. Stand up, you'll get in the back of it.
Absolutely.
Wonderful. Okay. So we'll ask you to step up to the presidency. As I explained, this is the presidency that our panelists throughout the afternoon will stand and speak from, and some will come down to the lectern as well to speak. But to launch our opening ceremony, we are all going to be upstanding for the EU anthem. So please stand up. This includes the people in our gallery as well. You must stand up. Thank you. Wonderful. Yeah, please be seated. And now I'm going to invite the EPP Group Chairman, Manfred Weber, down to the lectern to launch our event. Can you get the microphone? Yeah.
Test. Does it work? Yes, it works. So, welcome. Good to have you here. It's really an impressive and fascinating perspective to stand here and to see so many young people in the European Parliament, in the plenary of the European Parliament. So, welcome. Thanks that you are accepted the invitation on behalf of the group, but also on behalf of the respective member of the European Parliament who invited you personally. It's great to be here, and it's also great for me to be accompanied with really strong leaders, but first of all, young leaders. Look, our President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. Roberta, good to have you here. Welcome. We are proud that you are chairing this important institution. Eva is responsible for our young members network, so she's coordinating our young members in the EPP family. And Lydia is YEP president, so from the youth organization of the party, the president and also member of the European Parliament. 3 strong ladies, good to have them with me. Say a warm welcome. Thank you. You know, we did this event, the Youth Week, last year the first time that we invited young people from all over Europe as EPP family to come here together and to discuss. And I tell you, last year it was a fascinating motivation, not only hopefully for those who participated, but also for us as MEPs. So the start after the summer break into the autumn period. And this year it's also special because we are 10 months in front of the European elections. So we will again decide, our people of Europe will decide about the future of this continent, about the direction we will go. So I think your presence here will also give us the spirit of let's do it, let's start. So it's not only for you important, it's also for us important. And when we speak about us, when I speak about us, then European People's Party, the strongest party on this continent, the strongest party in Europe. We have the biggest group in the European Parliament. We have the biggest group in the European Council about the members on the state leaders' side. We have a strong pillar on the Commission side, strong commissioners, under the lead of our Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, the strongest party of Europe. And my first consideration is, how is this possible to be the strongest party for around 70 years in a leading position for such a long period of time? How is this possible? And I tell you, one basic principle to be successful on the long run is to be directly connected with next generation, to be connected with those who have the future in their mind, the future challenges in their mind, also with your way of doing things. I'm 50 years old. I'm not so well connected with social media and all these things. I need a team to help me on this, as you know how to do things, how to organize a democracy in this modern world, how to organize dialogue with citizens and so on in a modern world, only to use one example. And also to give sufficient answers on the challenges of today. You know that there are issues in front of us where the dynamic is enormous. Look to artificial intelligence about the challenges there. Look to the traditional challenges about keeping our continent economically strong. A big concern is still ongoing debate about migration in a lot of countries. I was last week in Tunisia, met with the president there to discuss about the route to Italy and to Europe. So there we are facing a lot of challenges. In all these challenges, we need your thoughts, we need your ideas. And that's why I want to motivate you, use the next days exactly for this kind of exchange of views. And what I would really urge you to do is not only sit together with your national team, because the idea of this meeting is that you know what European politics means, to get an idea about how is the Lithuanian perspective, how is the Portuguese perspective, what are the Irish people are talking, considering about some of the issues. That is the real value of this meeting. So please don't sit together only with your national team. Please interact, please talk to each other and find a common understanding. Learn what European politics is all about. So first of all, again, young generation needed for keeping the success story, EPP being the biggest party of Europe, alive. And when it is about the EPP, then it's also about some basic principles. For example, we are always bridge builders. You know, socialists and liberals and also Greens like and love to split up, to find enemies, to prove their standpoint. We are bridge builders. Sometimes in communication terms, a little bit difficult to sell, because we take farmers serious, but we take also ecological issues serious. So we are bridging things. That is our DNA. Another part of our DNA is obviously that we are the party of Europe. And in this regard, let me underline that our predecessors in office did great steps. I want to refer to one story just to explain this to you. My predecessor, one of my predecessors as party president, Joseph Daul, was group leader and then afterwards party leader. And he is from France, close to Strasbourg. And he told me once, he's 75 years old now, something like this. He told me once that when he was a young man, he was sitting in his farm. He's a farmer in his farm in France. And he was discussing with his father about politics. And this was a period of time when Adenauer, de Gasperi, Schuman created today's European Union. And his father told Joseph Daul, as a young man in this time, that if our politicians in Bonn, German capital, and in Paris think that I will give again an open hand to a German, then they are mistaken. I will never do so. Because he came out of the Second World War. And imagine in this moment of history, politicians said, where there was one main feeling among Europeans, and that was to hate each other from a national point of view. And in this moment, predecessors of us said, let's do now the step to reunify Europe. Unthinkable, unimaginable in this moment of time, but they did it, they finalized it. And they created the ground for our today's chance to meet in this plenary, to be together and to develop the next steps. And my question to you is now, having such a story in mind, my question to you is, what is now your idea for the next historic step for Europe? Where is Europe 2030, 2040, 2050? What do we expect then as our European Union. That has also a lot to do with identity, regional, national identity, but also to being proud of being an European, which is a fight towards the right populists, the right extremists, which we have all over Europe. But this dream, this question of dream is important because politics is not only about content, about knowledge and then of content on giving answer on the practical political fields. Politics is also to follow a vision, to have a passion, to be motivated by a dream. And that is hopefully what we can deliver, what we can develop in the next days. A little bit of your personal dream for the future of Europe. That would be my hope, that we can build the ground for these kind of debates. Welcome again. Good to have you here, and give us your motivation, your ideas for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the Chairman. And now we're going to hear from the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thank you very much, Manfred, for those opening words. Let me start by welcoming you to the European Parliament. It's not usually so warm, but I'm not in charge of the weather, and I think we should be grateful for the fact that this week is quite nice for you to enjoy as much as possible. And I will start with the word enjoy, and I will end with the word enjoy for a reason. First of all, I thank you for being here. I thank you for believing in Europe. I thank you for fighting for Europe and for persisting. I've met quite a lot of you already individually, in making Europe a better place. About 2 decades ago, I won't go into how old I am, Manfred, but I was sitting exactly where you were, at an event organised by the EPP. And all we wanted to do was to be part of the change. And we were absolutely clear in our belief that the answer to many global challenges was a stronger Europe, an area where we can all cooperate, all prosper, all be free to live as we choose. A safe space in the world where our rights would be fiercely protected, where everyone has access to opportunity and where we can all fulfill our potential. You know, a union born out of despair and war that now gives hope and possibility from this union. That's what it means to be European. Let us not lose sight of that, and we need voices, frankly speaking, your voices, not only ours, to keep that light shining brightly. You know, we are living in times. How many of you have run for elections? Good. Next year I hope it's a full room if I ask you again. You know, because we are living in times where it is easier to join the pessimists. I'm going to put you in the other box, since you are here. When it is more popular to help destroy than it is to help build. When it is harder to navigate through constant bombardment of social media on our senses. And our way, Europe's way, is under pressure, make no mistake, like at few other times in memory. First, from Russia's brutal, illegal invasion of sovereign Ukraine, to upheaval in parts of Africa, to a transatlantic partnership that needs constant attention, from the hangover mixed with regret of Brexit, to nations like China that grew with a value set that is completely different to ours. Europe is a concept that is unique and that still has a place, a critical space, on the world stage. And if you do not defend it, if we do not defend it, we will start to see cracks in our foundations. And that is why, for many, Europe, what we are doing here, is a threat simply by existing. That's why we protect our fundamental values in this house, in this room. That's why we defend the rule of law so earnestly everywhere. That's why we fight corruption, why we stand up as counter to dictatorships and insist on the principles of liberty and democracy, even when it's hard, even when you are the only one, whether you're in a panel, you're discussing with your friends and your family, to do so. So I would say, if you remember one thing to take away from this week, and I saw this program, it's amazing, and I really congratulate the EPP for having organized it. Do not give in to the temptation of easy cynicism. Find your voice, find your cause, and fight for it. If Europe is not yet the place you want it to be, then understand that it is about your responsibility to change as it is anyone else's. How often do you meet somebody who says somebody else is going to fight that battle for me? No longer possible in this Europe, no longer. It has to be also with you. Stop waiting for someone else to do it. When we say we believe in Europe, what does it mean? It means in our power to change lives and shape the future as much now as we did 20 years ago, when we were looking to Europe from outside it as a union, and then promptly joined together with 9 other countries in 2004. And I get asked this question a lot. I met the Maltese this morning. Sorry, I'm a bit biased. Where are you? Are you all sitting next to each other? Yes, you're all sitting next to each other. So I asked, what is our challenge going into a European election 20 years on from membership? And the answer that my colleagues gave me was, that it's still difficult to explain what Europe does. And it's almost like people have forgotten, and of course, what a battle it was to join the European Union. If we look at our neighbours today, their leaders say, they're democratic ones to be clear, that campaigns are fought and won or lost on the basis of a dream of EU membership, of being part of us, of our club. That is one that puts all the rights and fundamental values and principles that I spoke to you about in the same basket, because nobody else is worse than others. And nobody should be. That's why we talk about equal access. So I think also politics is about a passion for change. And I think Europe is the fire that keeps that passion going, even as we see the challenges around us. And I also want to convince you that politics is a force for good. You will meet people who tell you politics is not a force for good. All politicians are the same. It's not true. We want people to believe in politics, to believe in Europe. You are sitting in seats where members of the European Parliament sit. Each of your seat with the number. Look at them up. See which member sits on your seat. And remember that whether you vote or not, somebody's going to be sitting on that seat. You might not like what you see. You might not like an increase in intolerance. You might not like a departure away from politics that put the individual at the centre, that balances everybody's rights and makes it possible. So our next steps will be defined by how we can keep Europe competitive. How can we create jobs and futures with dignity? I know you have some workshops that will discuss this too. How do we push back against inflation that wipes value of assets without making it impossible for the next generation to get a loan or to access the property market? How do we ensure that our digital transition makes it easier for us to innovate? We've done that with our CHIPS Act and the Digital Services Act, for example, where we found the balance between allowing innovation and business to flourish, keeping people safe online, and setting the standards that the rest of the world will inevitably follow. How do we grow our economies and pay back our debts? How do we ensure that we have the ability and the liquidity to find the solutions that are demanded of us? Real, sustainable economic growth is the only way to do that. And I have always seen our Green Deal as part of that sustainable growth strategy. It is about how we grow and how we address our very real climate emergency. But in order for it to work, it must be human-centric. It must provide real incentives and safety nets for industry and must be climate ambitious. Ultimately, it must work for people. Otherwise, we will lose those people listening to us. So we have to keep speaking to people, and more than speak, okay, I've just done the opposite, is listen. I think that we need this to be the driver of a clean tech revolution, and I am convinced that we can find a way to do that while we protect our farmers, Manfred, you are so right, and Europe's food security. Two final points. Perfect. It needs to constantly evolve, it needs to reboot, it needs to reimagine itself. But to do that, we need to have the tools to face the future. We need to know what we need to be prepared to change, to enlarge. We need to be ready for Ukraine, for Moldova, for the Western Balkans. And we know that what somehow, I say it largely, works for a group of 27 countries will not work for 33. So we have to be ready. We have to be ready because we owe it to those citizens who look to Europe as their home. And that means having a real conversation about the future of Europe. Nothing should be off the table, because if we are unable to lead in this brave new world, then we should not be surprised if others fill the void. And we can only do that if people take part. If next year, in the European elections, you vote. And not only you vote, but you convince your friends, your families, people you know, to vote too. Hold your members of European Parliament, including myself, to account. I have a system in my country, where somebody tells me, look, this person is not going to vote. I pick up the phone and I call. And it's always a little bit weird because there is somebody on the other line going, oh my goodness, my grandma gave you this number, didn't you? But it works. But we need to do that too. We need to look at those countries, 4 countries of which will vote at 16 next year. Your 16-year-old friends, if you have them, should vote. I know, I have one at home. I hope he votes for me. But I cannot simply say just vote for Europe because it matters. We need to prove it. So use these 3 days ahead to get to know each other. Following on from Manfred, don't only speak in your language to the guys you know. Enjoy it. Have a lot of fun. I met my husband in this context from Finland. Who would have thought? Here we are, 20 years later. But it's a great, brave world, and I think we should be proud to be part of it. So thank you for believing, and keep flying our flag high.
So a big thank you to President Metsola for that speech and for being with us here today. Now we're just going to have a video message from the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Her calendar meant that she wasn't able to quite make it to be with us, but she sent us in this message. Take a look.
Dear young Europeans, I am confident about our continent's future. Our Europe is capable of tackling the greatest challenges if we stay united. Our union has played a leading role in dealing with an unprecedented pandemic. We're driving the global fight against climate change. We're pioneering a digital future that people can trust. And we have shown that we stand by our values even under extreme pressure. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine has tested us to the maximum. But our European Union has passed this test with flying colors. Within hours, we found a clear and united position. We've imposed sweeping sanctions. We are providing massive financial support to Ukraine. We have welcomed 4 million refugees from Ukraine. And together with the European Parliament, we are massively accelerating the expansion of homegrown renewable energies across the Union in order to get rid of Russian fossil fuels. We have diversified our supply chains and strengthened our ties with like-minded partners around the globe. Since the beginning of this mandate, our European Union has not only mastered this challenge, we also have reinforced our continent's resilience, and this gives us a lot of strength and self-confidence for the tasks ahead. We are at a crucial stage where the global race for clean technologies is picking up speed. I want our European companies to be strong and competitive at the forefront of this race. You can prove that the two can go together: the health of our planet and economic prosperity. And I want you, Europe's young generation, to start from the pole position. Or take artificial intelligence. This groundbreaking technology will have a massive impact on our professional lives and our private lives, and of course on our interactions in a democratic society. I want innovations and companies from Europe to take the lead. I want young and creative Europeans, like you, to drive this global change. And I want Europe to help shape the rules of artificial intelligence. When we think about the future, it is always about weighing risks and opportunities. And that is exactly what we have in mind when we discuss the enlargement of our union. The war against Ukraine is a pivotal moment for Europe, for our 27 member states, as well as for the candidate countries. It is in our geopolitical interest to speed up their journey towards the European Union. This is the moment to seize, to forge a more united and stronger Europe. A Europe that is a safe home for generations to come, and a space of opportunities in which they can grow and prosper. My dear friends, Europe not only stands for a future worth fighting for, it also stands for a continent that has rediscovered its inner strength, the power of unity and solidarity. And you, Europe's youth, you are the future of our union. I count on your talent, your creativity, and your drive. Europe is what we make of it. I wish you a successful and memorable week in Brussels. Thank you very much.
So thank you to the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen for sending us that message. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to get straight into the Q&A. You're going to have an opportunity to ask everybody that's on the presidency a question. Get your hands up, get your thoughts coming in. Firstly, I'm going to allow Lydia Pereira and Eva Meidel to introduce themselves. Lydia, perhaps we'll start with you.
Well, good afternoon to everyone. It's lovely to be here with you 1 year again. And it's beautiful to see this room completely full. So even though it is a bit warm, I think it is the warmth of being together and having the chance of creating memories together. I am Lydia Pereira. I am President of the Youth of EPP. I am a member of the European Parliament since 2019. I follow the committees on economy and environment, and I'm delighted to have the chance to meet all of you, and feel free to ask any questions, even if they are a little bit uncomfortable. But it is a great pleasure to be part of this group led by Manfred, and this parliament, this house led by Roberta, because I think this week it transpires, or it sends the message for the outside that I have been pushing for. If the centre-right, if we want to win elections, we need the youth. So let's bring the youth out of the advisory councils, and let's put them in the heart of decision-making. And that's what you are doing here in this week, and that's what I hope that we can do together in the coming years. Thank you.
Huge thanks, Lydia. And you'll see her a few times this week as well. We'll now hear from Eva Meidel. Perhaps you can introduce yourself to everyone.
Thank you very much, Jack, President, Chairman, Lydia. Dear next generation Europeans, I'm very happy and humbled to be sitting before you today, and I would like to thank our chairman for having the vision and the idea to gather us here in the Agora of Europe. And today, the Agora of Europe, where all the voices from across our continent meet, it's filled with you. You are the one representing our citizens, our regions, our cities and municipalities and member states. As a member of the European Parliament, I remember when I first got elected, I was the youngest member of our political group. And ever since then, I'm truly reminded by the immense potential that young people can bring to the table with their energy and ideas. The way I think about it is as follows. On one hand, when we talk about Europe, we need our rules, we need our procedures, we need our order in order to sustain, to protect, to deliver also as a European Union. But more than ever, we do need the dreamers, the disruptors, the innovators, people who dare to challenge the status quo, to envision those new possibilities, and to strive for Europe that is much more innovative, much more competitive, and much more resilient. I say those three aspects because they're very closely related to the work I do here in the European Parliament. But going back on the youth angle, as I represent the members of the European Parliament that are elected under the age of 40 in the EPP Group, and also the members of national parliaments as well. We are around 400 members of parliament, and it's a very energizing group. When we look at the youth, we look at it as a strength and not as a weakness. What we see is the fresh perspective and the determination that Europe needs because of the numerous pressing issues of our time. And perhaps from my perspective, again, on the topics that I work mainly, when it comes to innovation, competitive and resilience, I want you to think of those words not just as mere buzzwords. It's a vision. It's a vision of the future of Europe, because innovation on one hand drives progress, competitiveness on the other hand ensures our place on the global stage and also sustaining our way of life. And resilience equips us to withstand the storms that come our way. And throughout the past couple of years, we have seen many of those storms, including a war happening at our continent. But not to take more time, I just want to encourage you to celebrate your ideas, to test your ideas over the next couple of days with your energy, with your determination, and that will help you shape the future of Europe. And in conclusion, because our president talked about change, I would like to leave you with one of my favorite quotes, and it says, even the smallest person can change the course of future. So I believe very much in the ideas that you can share the potential that you have, and you can test it with us, you can test it with your peers, and hopefully next year some of you might be joining in September the European Parliament as members as well. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Eva. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, the sort of rules of engagement of our discussions in here is that when people are up on the presidency stage, you can ask them a question. I know that the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola, is the most pressed to leave. So if you have a question for her, raise your hand. Let's get questions to her while she's there. A gentleman at the, I can't see your number, 558. Please stand up, introduce yourself, press the red button, and hopefully we'll be able to see.
Hi, my name is Gabriel from Sweden. Now that we hear a lot about how Europe is stronger, Europe has found its kind of stride, how does this change our relationship with our allies, specifically like the United States and like the NATO sphere?
President Metsola. Do you want? Yeah, we'll take some more. If there's any other, yeah, a gentleman here with a grey jumper, and grey jacket. Sorry, and then there's, I can't see the numbers at the back. See, you guys, this is what I say. You're going to help me out. Is if you're going to ask questions, 638, I think, and then we will take from something 546. Please, the gentleman at the back there.
Yeah, thank you. Christian from Estonia. And my question is that we have all seen that the policy of one in, one out hasn't worked out. So my question is there any hope that we're going to see a policy one in, two out, or something? So when are we going to start cleaning up the legislation? Thank you.
And yeah, you've got your yellow band on. Stand up. I think 516. Yeah, please stand up and ask your question.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jana Soukupova. I'm from the Czech Republic, representing the cabinet of the Minister for Research, Science and Innovation. Me working as a woman in the science, research and innovation, it's not an easy task, you know. I'm working in at least in Czech Republic, completely man-oriented environment. And I must say that first of all, I wanted to talk about emerging technologies and opportunities that the European Union should follow and should take advantage of. However, after the last night experience, when I was again walking in the Brussels alone with my cell phone not charged enough to call a taxi, I felt afraid. And I must say that the question of the personal safety, of gender-based violence, of the rape culture that is not just happening in the Czech Republic but all over the European Union, like today's news are covered with the Italian cases. And I would like to ask how European People Party would like to approach this area, because it's not an easy to be a woman in the
we have to ask questions, not sort of statements.
Okay,
Wonderful.
I'm sorry. So I would like to ask about these issues and how the party is going to cover
We've definitely got the gist of it, and it's a worthwhile question. President Metsola, we'll come to you.
Okay, so thank you very much. Gabriel, so I don't think the NATO alliance has ever been stronger. Where are you? I need to see you. There you are. I mean, my colleagues and Manfred, of course, will pitch in on this, especially if they have a different view. But I was very worried the day after the Brexit referendum as to what would be the situation if we had to have the United Kingdom taking a completely different path. And I must say is that from a military perspective, from a peacekeeping perspective, and complete lockstep on how we are working with regards beating the invader in Ukraine, I am no longer concerned. That also has to do with the current United States administration. It is no secret that the previous one was not the same. And it is also no secret that there are concerns about what happens in 2024. I mean, if I will give you, we have over 160 legislative instruments, proposals that are still open. The advantage, of course, is that the next Parliament will inherit them. But that, if I may say, is also a disadvantage because we have proposals that have been either frozen in the Council or simply nothing has moved for almost a decade. I give you one example, parental leave was one of those examples. Files that are, if we look, and we are currently looking at in preparation of the State of the Union speech for next week, as to who, as a Parliament, which legislative instruments were promised and delivered, which were not, or which are on the table and we have not moved. So I definitely think, and this will be incumbent of the next Parliament and also the next Commission, to make sure that the framework agreement between the institutions is let's say, updated in order to reflect the fact that we have way too many legislative proposals that are either not costed, that could be, let's say, better from a subsidiarity point of view and a proportionality point of view. And the Parliament is pushing to make sure that our powers really get recognised in this field because we are the co-legislator. That also means that our work with rotating presidencies of the Council needs to be smoother. With some presidencies it's smooth, with some presidencies it could be better. So I think that that's where we could really, in the next 5 years, look at for the 10 presidencies that are ahead. Tiziana, I think, right, from Czech Republic. Well, both my sisters are STEM academics, and they tell me exactly the same thing. That they are always the minority in the room, and that it is still a field where women are vastly outnumbered by men. However, numbers are improving. With the Recovery and Resilience Facility, we have really encouraged that national plans of governments really push for investment in STEM, and I can tell you that this you know what STEM is, right? Science, technology, mathematics, yeah, okay. So we are pushing to have as many more young women involved, but also that STEM graduates do not feel that they have no place in Europe once they graduate. That is a massive concern that we have with regards to potential brain drain, which is really happening. And then, finally, on gender-based violence, we have femicides that take place every single day. We have a European Union where in some countries, if not most, it is becoming more dangerous and not less dangerous. And that means that we have to put all our resources, that's where we have to come in, together with other pro-European constructive political factions, in order to make sure that we have the strongest legislative protection of vulnerable members of our society. And when you talked about women, I would also refer to persons with a disability. I would refer to children, people who are underage, protecting them both online and offline, a big discussion in this House, and also members who are who need us to protect them, and whether it is the LGBTIQ community, whether it is us in fighting against intolerance zones in our European Union, that for us is an absolute no-go. When we protect the rights, we protect them for everyone, and we need to be the first ones to raise our hands to say we did our best. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Chairman, would you like to go? No? Okay. So there have been some clever people that have been already catching my eye, and you can do this as we go. So I think we'll go to 3:15 first. Let's take the lady here as well. 290, and then 776 at the back. And these questions now will open up to our full panel, and please just come in on if there's anything you want. So let's start with you. Yeah.
Okay, so my name is Fernando. I come from Andalusia, Spain, and I have a question because I have here 4 young members of the European Parliament. So I would like to ask you, what made you enter on European politics? And I will ask you as well what you will say for those that we would like to enter European politics as well to do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Fernando. Yeah, stand up, state your name, and yeah, you'll have to press the button.
Hi, everyone. First, thanks for inspirational talk. I'm Kinga from Poland, and as youth vice president of our local city, I am delighted to hear about your vision, about your history, and I am asking you, what's your biggest obstacle that you overcome, because you're very successful as a woman, as a human, as a politician, and I would like to know what is the worst and the best experience in your lifetime. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And then 776 at the back, yeah. Yep. Maybe.
Sorry?
Yeah, we've got you.
All right, got it. So foreign trade is very important for the European Union. And with the introduction of Brexit, obviously England leaving the United Kingdom leaving Europe, the European Union, we've had a bit more trouble getting stuff from England, England receiving stuff from us when it comes to trade. And this makes stuff a lot more difficult. So what are the European Union doing to work with the United Kingdom to allow for more free trade? Thank you.
The perennial headache. Perhaps, yeah, that feels targeted to the Brit. Perhaps we can start with you, Manfred. You can pick up on any of the questions.
Yeah, I want to directly start with the last question, the last consideration. So, what shall we say? When Brits want to go out, that means they're losing the advantages of being part of a family. That is what can we say? And please, you directly want to answer? No.
Because as the European Union, we also have the disadvantages of losing the advantages with all the stuff coming from the United Kingdom, and the United Kingdom has a long-term relationship with the European Union. So I am asking also what the European Union is doing to try and mend that relationship, and if the United Kingdom will do anything to mend that relationship with the European Union. Thank you.
No, I get the point, and don't get me wrong. We want to have good relationship with our British friends. We are in NATO, we are neighbors, and so on. Good relationships are absolutely crucial for us. But again, there is a bigger question behind. How do we treat, let me say, our union in a way? If we sell the advantages of being part of this big bloc, for example, on freedom of movement, of access to the innovation funds, look to Switzerland. Huh? Switzerland is not a member of the European Union, but they want to join us with the investment funds and innovation funds. Their university want to have access to our big funds, because it makes sense to do innovation in a European format, to have the best universities together, to do it together. And if they are out, they are losing technological, let me say, developments, advantages. What shall we do? Normally I would say with all Swiss friends, it's great to be together and work together. But I must tell you that having exactly Brexit in mind, where Boris Johnson told everyone we can easily go out, there will be no problem at all, especially having these populists in mind, we have to show people that it makes absolute sense. You have a big advantage to be part of this union. And if you are out, you are losing the advantages of this union. And that is the problem you are facing. You are referring to Erasmus, that you are not going to go to study easily to United Kingdom anymore. But that was one of the key principles for Boris Johnson, that he was ready on the economic side to make still good trade, but not for young generation, not freedom of movement, not Erasmus. It was a decision of the Brits, and that is, in a way, our general, let me say, problem behind. Let me just add one point to the questions before, because on the NATO question I like very much this consideration, because having Ukraine in mind, having Russia in mind, having in mind that first time after decades we have again a brutal war going on European territory, the defense question is a key question for us. And I share fully Roberta's perspective that NATO was never so strong as it is today. We are united, we have a common understanding. But I have to say, we Europeans have to speed up. 80% of the military capacity of NATO, of the power of NATO, the military power of NATO is outside of the European Union. That's US, that's Turkey, that's the United Kingdom. So, and we only have 20% as Europeans today, as European Union today, as member of the European Union today. And that's why we have to speed up. And when we speed up, I ask the simple question, what is the most efficient way to do it? You know, my country, I'm from Germany, we are spending now money to build up a missile defense system for Germany, a national decision in Berlin. And I ask my people there, my colleagues in the German Bundestag, does it not make sense to build up a European missile defense system? Because we as Germans are located in the center of Europe. It would be our real national interest to have already a defense system on the Polish-Belarusian border, or to have a missile defense system towards Kaliningrad. So it makes sense to do it European-wide. Let's do now the first steps to establish a European pillar on defense, embedded in a strong NATO, together with our American friends, but let's do it together. It would cost less and it would make much more sense on the efficiency. That is my appeal. We have to do it now.
So thank you so much to the President of the Parliament, Roberta Metsola, as well. This happens, she's going to go, so she gets taken off, but we still have our three panellists here. Let's move on. We had questions about sort of how it is to get in and what it means to be a sort of a young elected politician. Should we start with you, Eva?
Thank you very much, Fernando, for posing this question. I think that's of interest usually of the next generation of Europeans. I think we had a similar question last year, but I'm very happy to share my personal experience. What made me join? Probably the first thing that made me join is that I like to call myself a proud European, a passionate European. I love Europe and the European project. And it was the European idea and the European values that I so deeply believed in, that I wanted to be part of that family, I wanted to be part of that project, and I wanted to be able to work on those changes, on those perspectives, on the bigger picture of what is the next step for Europe. So this is what drove me, and this is the passion that I still have within me, and that landed me here ultimately at the European Parliament. What I want want to say to the ones that are interested and want to be part of the European family or want to work into delivering that change in your respective societies, well, perhaps, I think that your generation has grown into a world where you have witnessed rapid technological advancements. And we are going to start from now on to witness even faster and swifter technological advancements happening at a speed that is unprecedented and we've never witnessed before. We have noticed changes in climate that we haven't noticed at the speed that they're happening today. We are witnessing war, as I said earlier. So what I'm trying to say is that your generation understands the sense of urgency of those challenges and the need for innovative solutions, I believe. So I think you are very well positioned of having the tools, having the creativity, having the understanding, but also I believe you have the courage to address those challenges. So that's why today for me it's really emotional in a way to be part of the launch of, for the second time, of this Youth Week, because I am able to do my small part in encouraging each and every one of you to embrace your role as change makers. I don't think you have to be afraid of the norms. I think you should be bold to propose daring ideas. I think you need to be bold to think and dream big. Because we had a question on STEM-related and innovation topics, because innovation is not confined to laboratories and tech hubs. I think it resides first and foremost in the hearts and minds of people who refuse to accept the status quo. And I believe you are those type of Europeans.
Thank you so much, Ava. Perhaps we can move on. Unfortunately, the President had to go. And Kinga, your question, though, was about how to break in, because it is harder for women. I suppose I would argue that perhaps in the European Parliament, there's a much more sort of balanced power between the genders, especially in the main political parties. But in member states, it's a bit more difficult. Lydia, can you explain your experience, perhaps?
It is true, and Kinga, thank you so much for your question. I think when we talk about obstacles, one thing that is very relevant is to have in mind what are our objectives. And we do not give up. And even if we have a very difficult obstacle, we know what is driving us. We know the purpose that led us to the positions we hold. I'm saying this because I often use this motto as a driving principle that politics is to serve. So no matter what obstacle we find, we don't give up. Because we know we are delivering. We are delivering for our communities. We are delivering for all Europeans. But obviously the question about gender balance is important. I can tell you from my own experience that politics at the local level can be a little bit more tricky when compared to the European level, in the sense that I believe here in Brussels there is that if you want, respect for the need of having diversity. And that goes in all levels of governance, be it in the EPP Group, at the management of the Parliament, in the whole institution. Then if we go back, and from my own experience in Portugal, things are still a little bit more complicated, but we are getting there. And that's something that sometimes we are negative at looking at the context, but if we look back 10 years ago, and if we see today where we are, there's massive improvements. The same goes, and with a very different topic, environment. 10 years or 15 years ago, there was not so much public support for the need of addressing climate change. And today we have we have a realistic agenda on the matter of climate change, ecology, environment. So do not give up and always look forward to what you want to achieve. That would be my advice, even though I think the young people do not need advice. You just need to be brave and enjoy and have fun.
Yeah. Great message. Okay, that wraps up our first segment. So huge thanks to Chairman Manfred Weber, to Lydia Pereira and Eva Maidel. You will see all of them again, but let's give them a round of applause. Stay where you are. So please don't stay where you are. We're going to move on and we're going to go into our theme briefing. So these are much more segmented, targeted discussions that we're going to have. Our first theme, which we're going to split into two panels, is about the economy of Europe. And our first panel is going to be about the economy and trade relations. And to that end, I'm delighted to invite Frances Fitzgerald, who's an MEP, the Vice Chair of the EPP Group Presidency, and a member of the Intergroup on Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, to the stage. She's going to sort of chair our panel a little bit. Round of applause. Also, the Executive Vice President of the European Commission for an economy that works for the people, Valdis Dombrovskis, thank you so much for being with us. Cheer. And Tom Berenson, who's an MEP on the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. The Dutch delegation cheering the Dutch MEP. So really happy to have all of you here. It's a really great moment. Like I've said, these are very, very senior figures here in Brussels that you're going to get the opportunity to ask your questions to. We're going to start with you, Frances, just as a moment where you can sort of lay out where we are right now. There's been huge shifts in Europe regarding our economics and specifically our trade relations after Russia's invasion of Ukraine. So, Frances, if I can ask you to launch our panel with your opening thoughts, that would be wonderful.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. What a fantastic group here, and welcome to the European Parliament. I hope you're enjoying your visit and that it's very formative in terms of your views into the future. Delighted to be here with you. I represent Dublin here in the Parliament. I was in national politics before I came to the European Parliament, and 30 years ago, when I began working on gender equality, I was very enamoured by EU values. And I have to say, 30 years later, I feel the same. I feel the driving force that is the EU and its values, the rule of law, democracy and so on, I feel are really inspiring. They've been inspiring for me, and I hope that they will be for you as well, and that you will see them in action during your time here. Now, our panel today is focusing on the economy, and I was asked to make some opening remarks before my colleagues on the European economy and where to. We have a great panel here, my colleagues Tom and our Vice President Dombrovskis, who are doing excellent work to ensure that the European economy stays strong and dynamic, and that's tough, providing opportunity for everyone. And of course, when I was elected first in 2019, the lens was, you know, it was Brexit and it was the digital and green transition. It's suddenly morphed, as you know, into COVID and dealing with the war in Ukraine. So it's been a time of crisis, and we are in a time of crisis here, and that affects the economy too. But of course, during COVID, the European Union took really important decisions to help individuals and countries survive COVID. And there was a really excellent response from an economic point of view that helped our businesses, especially our small businesses, to survive in our member states. And that was very important. I think sometimes in the past, when we've spoken about the economy, it can seem very distant from people's lives. But in fact, we do know that a strong economy means jobs, it means opportunities for everyone. It means that you have the opportunity to realise your life's goals and ambitions if you have a strong economy around you. As a member of a cabinet in Ireland for 7 years, I saw very clearly after the crash, I was Minister for Children. I did not have the money to invest the way that I wanted to. But as we recovered from the crash right throughout Europe, we began to have money again to invest in those issues that we cared about, whether it was health or childcare and so on, creating job opportunities. So without that strong economy, I saw firsthand, we don't have the resources to invest. We can't tackle the climate crisis, we can't invest in education or build infrastructure if we don't have those resources at national and European level. So what we need to do in Europe is to make sure we have the conditions that will help businesses to grow, that will help economies to grow. We want to make sure we have the policies that support small business, because we know that that's where the majority of jobs come from in our member states. So we have the great advantage in Europe, and we haven't taken full advantage of it yet, that is the single market. Our strength is the single market. One market without barriers, covering 450 million people. How extraordinary is that? And how can each of us and each of our member states make sure that our businesses export to those countries and to that single market? How do we give them the resources, because small businesses are strapped for resources, to make sure they're able to make the most of the opportunities throughout that single market? And it's still not complete when it comes to services like insurance, like mortgages. So work to do. So we're also in a tricky geopolitical situation. I'll just say a few words about it. We see the US looking inward. We see China becoming very, very strong and trying to expand its influence. And of course, here in Europe, how do we position geopolitically? How do we strengthen ourselves? That's the big task that we have now. How do we make sure we remain competitive? And what we saw during COVID, of course, is that there are many raw materials we don't have access to. How are we going to deal with that? How do we become, genuinely able to manage all of the raw materials that we need and have the right trade agreements, the right trade relationships? And of course, we're seeing more demands being made on our trade agreements as well. They're being asked to take account, and I'm sure the Commissioner will speak about this. Our trade agreements now are broader based. We're looking at environmental issues, we're looking at human rights issues, and yet we have to have the kind of approach as those trade agreements, taking account of that. I'll finish by saying I was at the UN Commission in New York this year on the digital economy and the unfinished work in relation to the digital economy and gender equality. Suffice it to say that in the new digital economy, we are seeing a replication of some of the gender inequalities we already see in this world, with not enough women taking up STEM, with not enough women ready to take those job opportunities which are going to be in the STEM areas in the years ahead. So great work to do there. We have unfinished democracies in many ways from a gender equality. We have unfinished economies. We could really up our GDP if we deal with gender equality. So much work to be done in that area as well. And now it gives me great pleasure to ask our Commissioner to address you. Thank you very much indeed.
So Valdis Dombrovskis, we heard from Francis there. The way that our economic and trade relations were at the start of your mandate since 2019 to now are very different. Perhaps you can take us through what's changed and what the outlook is like at the moment.
Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation and opportunity to speak in EPP Group Youth Week. Indeed, it's a great occasion to see so many young people from all over the EU actively engaged in EU-related questions and decision-making. On the question of European economy, on European trade policy, I think Francis already mentioned some of the key points. Probably our biggest strengths and a strategic asset is our single market, which makes us also a global trading superpower, and our openness and willingness to engage not only among 27 but to engage with the world. Following COVID-19 pandemic, following Russia's aggression against Ukraine, we had been also engaged in active reassessment of our international trade policy because what we see is that international geopolitical landscape is becoming more conflictual, more fragmented, and we need to see how we do about this and where is the EU place in this more fragmented and conflictual landscape. And the approach we had been taken is to diversify our economic relations and through economic diversification to ensure more economic resilience. To give some examples, we dealt with in a hard way with our strategic dependency on Russia's natural gas supplies when Russia was cutting us off the natural gas supplies after its invasion in Ukraine. We managed to deal with this, even though last winter was difficult in this regard, but into this winter we can go in much more confidence. But now, when we move to the green and digital economy, it's important that we are not developing new strategic dependencies, and if you look on some of the critical mineral supplies, some of the rare earth supplies, we see that we actually are dependent to 90% or even more on supplies from China. So therefore it's important that we are diversifying these economic relations. That's why we came with critical mineral strategy recently. That's why we are now working on setting up international critical minerals club, and that's why we are engaged in active trade agenda, negotiating new trade agreements with different partners.
Dombrovskis, it's great to hear the outlook. Remember, you're going to be able to ask your questions to all of our panelists as well. So now we're going to hear from Tom Beresden, who's an MEP who sits on the committee related to the economy. Perhaps we can just hear a few words from you.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be here as well, although it's also a bit of a tough day because I'm considered as being a young MEP by my colleagues, but now if I look into this room, I understand that you will consider me old already. So that's a very tough thing for me to experience today. But I would like to ask you a question, or maybe I will ask you two questions. So, who of you is currently, and I know it's difficult sometimes to put your hand in the air to take responsibility, but who of you is considering to go into politics yourselves in the future, somewhere? Being an elected representative somewhere, okay? And secondly, who of you having that ambition thinks you're currently too young to do that? Don't. Especially now, if you look at the challenges we're facing when it comes to climate change, when it comes to the dependencies we have in our economy. the fact that we want to make sure that we do not have those dependencies anymore when it comes to energy, when it comes to raw materials, etc. Those are the challenges that you will have to address as young people. You will have to make sure that you raise your voice. And if I would say it to my party, and I know there's somewhere there that I heard when I entered the room, but please, I mean, speak up within your party and raise your hand if the new elections come up, because we need all those new people. Yes, that will make me feel old in the new term, but I'm very happy to welcome all of the young people. Now, I can say a lot more about what I do, but I always learn that you need to listen as politicians as well, and maybe there are some questions. So maybe we should do that.
Yeah, and we don't have much time, so let's get the questions going. Yeah, people have cleverly come down the front with the questions. Let's start with 68, and then we can take 32, and can you move? Yeah, 106. Let's start with them. 68 was the first, wasn't it? Please stand, press the button, introduce yourself. All of your questions can be directed about the economy or towards the individual politicians themselves, but perhaps let them know who you're asking.
My name is Sebastian. I have a question specifically for Tom. How do we secure trade with outside partners while protecting our own partners in Europe? That was my question.
Yeah. Interesting. Sir?
Yeah, hi, I'm Toby from Germany. I'm a young tech entrepreneur and I do a lot of AI stuff, and I know the European Union will regulate it with the AI Act. And my question is, how can we, what will happen if we unintentionally regulate AI and all of the economy will go to UK or USA because we hinder innovation?
Really good question. I'm gutted that Ava Meidel is not still on the stage. That's like her baby. Yeah, 106 was it? Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Dennis from Belgium. My question is a little bit wide. The thing is, we are united. We are 27 member states, but also with 27 different economics. We trade with each other, but the incomes are coming higher, the food markets are higher. When you go to food, it's higher. The thing is, we are having many tasks, but if we cut down on our national sovereignties, and if we put it in Europe, if we go more working to united, if it's going to solve the problem, or do we face other problems?
Okay. Would any of you like to jump in, any of the questions that you would like to pick up on? There was one directed towards you, Tom, so let's go to you first.
Yes, thank you, which I know the person asking the question, but I didn't hear the complete question, but I think it was about how to make sure that we stay strong while we're dependent on others, right? Yeah. So that is the big challenge now, and that's also an economic question, because if you look at how our economy worked over the last years, cheap production went to other parts of the world. Mining, which I think is very hypocrite, what we as a European Union did, is we used all kind of raw materials, but the mining we left to other parts of the world, which is dangerous work, which is filthy work to do. So we didn't really take responsibility there, and I think that it showed over the last months, over the last years, that also these kind of dependencies are being used as a weapon against us. And that needs to change, which means it will have a price. That's one. Some products will become more expensive, which is difficult, but it's a choice we need to make. Two, we need to look at our consuming behavior as well. I'm from a party that likes responsibility as well, which means that if we look at our consuming behavior, if we look at what we buy from other parts of the world, if we look at how easily we throw things away, how easily it is you need a new phone every 2 or 3 years, either because, you can do that, you want a new model, or because it simply stops working and you need to buy a new one. Those kind of things all need to change, and it's a huge challenge that we're facing, but there's only one direction. We need to become less dependent, because the dependencies are being used as a weapon against us.
Thanks, Tom. I think Francis, please.
If I could take the last question, if that's all right, just some comments on it. That was the question from Belgium. You were talking about differences in economy and how we can kind of support those differences and what is the model going up ahead. And I suppose what I would point to is my experience in Ireland, where, Ireland got so much support from the EU to develop infrastructure, to create jobs. In every area, money was diverted to Ireland, as indeed now we divert it to other countries in need of development. And I think that I think you're really asking a question about inclusion. I mean, we have huge diversity, but how do you sort of create inclusion and at the same time respect the different models of economy that countries may have? And if I take an example of the Green Deal and making sure, for example, that we have a just transition for those areas that will find it most difficult, that's another model, that's another way of making sure that we help economies at varying stages and differences to develop. And the cohesion policy, of course, is aimed at that as well. So I think the evidence is that over decades, really, that the EU has been pretty good at helping countries develop and take account of the different stages of economic development that they are at. I'm sure the Commissioner will have more to say on that.
Yeah. Also, perhaps I can reframe the question about AI to you, Commissioner, because I think what we're suggesting there is like investing in particular economies, and perhaps you can outline how the thinking happens in the Commission and more broadly in the EU of like, right, maybe we'll have to step back from that and allow other industries and focus on our core industries. Perhaps you can explain, perhaps not so strictly about the AI, if you can, but to explain those thinkings of trade and how we work internationally.
Thank you for this question. Well, on artificial intelligence and more broadly on digital transition, indeed, that is one of the key questions we need to deal every time we put forward legislative proposal as European Commission, is how do we effectively regulate without, as you said, stifling innovation and without undermining EU's competitiveness and EU's economic development. And indeed, if you look now, maybe I'll get back to this question on artificial intelligence, but if we even take a step back, this is now very much on European Commission's agenda. So we are looking at a situation, especially following the US Inflation Reduction Act, on our broader competitiveness developments and how we stay economically relevant in this dynamic world. And there are issues to be addressed because if we look at the productivity growth in the European economy, it's lagging behind US and major Asian economies already for decades. It's not even anything new. So we therefore came with some responses to the issue, including our Green Deal industrial plan, Net Zero Industry Act. We now also are working on administrative simplification. We are applying what we call this administrative burden test and also a SME test on the legislative proposals which we are putting forward, ensuring that we are not setting undue burden. And of course, it's important that this approach is maintained also in legislative process in European Parliament and Council, so that we keep those important principles in mind. And that's with the same approach how we are dealing with the question of artificial intelligence, because definitely artificial intelligence is a development which needs to be regulated given its very far-reaching implications across different policy areas, and what we are trying to ensure, what we call human-centric artificial intelligence, which is developed in line with respect to our democratic and human rights values. And that's something which we certainly need to keep in mind. I was mentioning the Trade and Technology Council of the United States. For example, the questions on artificial intelligence are very much on our agenda in Trade and Technology Council with the US, where we are comparing the notes and trying to align the approaches to the extent possible, because we share the same democratic values, and both are interested in development of artificial intelligence in line with those values. And maybe very briefly to come back to this broader question on decision making at the European level and national level. Well, it must be noted that when decisions are taken at the European level, we're also applying so-called subsidiarity principle. Which means that decisions are taken and powers are delegated to that level of government or governance which is closest to the citizen and best suited to deal with the issue. So there is no point of EU centralizing ever more powers. It's a question of subsidiarity, at which level we can deal better with different issues. Obviously, there are issues which are better dealt with at the EU level. If we talk about big transformations, green and digital transformation, well, if we talk climate change, we need to deal with this at the global level. In current context, common foreign security policy definitely needs reinforcing, and if we talk also about defense dimension of the EU, which is relatively new development, clearly that we are much stronger and much more efficient if we look at those issues jointly as a EU, not as 27 different countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Vice President. Right, we're going to take this panel's. We're running out of a bit of time, but I think there was quite a few questions. I'm going to take the 5 questions I've got written down. We will continue the discussion on economics afterwards as well, though. So the first number is 313. Yep. We're going to take 5 questions now, and you can pick up on what you want to pick up on. Please, 313.
Thank you so much.
Press the button. Wonderful.
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is María José. I am the president of Nuevas Generaciones Andalucía, which is the Partido Popular youth organization. In Andalucía, we have an EPP government led by our president, Juanma Moreno, which has positioned Andalucía as one of the best places in the world to develop green hydrogen. So, and my question is, what measures are you taking to develop green hydrogen as we are doing in Andalucía with Juanma Moreno's government? Thank you very much.
It's a very interesting question that is hotly debated in this Parliament. We'll throw it to them. 475 was the next. 475 was the next number I'd taken down. Who showed me their hand? Nope. Okay. 320. 320. I can't see where they were now. 320, yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, you.
But you wanted to ask a question? Yeah, go first. Yeah.
Oh, there you are, 475. Yeah. Apologies. Go first.
Christoph from Austria. I have a question about taxation loopholes. How taxation loopholes within the European Union can be closed. Examples being countries like Luxembourg or Malta for companies like Facebook and Google.
Interesting point. Okay, yeah, 320, stand, please.
Yes, thank you, Jean-Louis Anne from Belgium. I wanted to ask, how can we combine the idea to localize our economy, because there is a willingness to localize industry, agriculture, in a globalized world? How can we combine this for the European consumers to feel safe in some way? Thank you.
Thank you. 315.
Thank you so much. My name is Alejandro. I'm the president of Nuevas Generaciones Sevilla of Partido Popular. New technologies have allowed the creation of new jobs in which people and young people are the protagonists. In Andalusia, the government of Ana Moreno has responded to this demand through vocational training with more than 300 new courses focused on emerging jobs. We can see that this training is the key to creation just employment. What policies can be put in place to promote this employment for Europe? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question that we will take is coming from 267. Last question in this, 267. Sir.
Hello, yes. I'm Brando from Italy. As we speak, Foreign Minister Tajani is in Peking to try and wiggle out of the Belt and Road Initiative. So my question would be, is Europe going to pursue policy of decoupling with China? And if so, how? Thank you very much.
Wiggle out of the Belt and Road. I like the expression. Would any of you three like to pick up on any of those questions? So the green hydro, tax loops, localized industry versus globalized industry, or training for employment? Executive Vice President, yeah?
Yes, how much time do I have? Because indeed, okay, I'll try to be telegraphic but very quickly run through the questions which were asked. Well, development on green hydrogen. It's definitely something which is high also on EU agenda, and there is also EU funding available for those purposes. If you look at our recovery and resilience facility, and more recently our Repower EU initiative, both those initiatives can be used to support the development of green hydrogen, because we see it's important, especially initially for industrial use and decarbonizing heavily emitting industries like steel industry, for example. So certainly there is lots of scope for this cooperation, and there are also concrete EU funding instruments which are available for this purpose. On the question on how to deal with tax loopholes, actually right now we are in a process of implementing the OECD initiative on effective minimum taxation and on allocation of taxation rights, which exactly deals with those issues. And currently there are legislative proposals from the European Commission side, so we hope that they are going to be adopted by member states and will be able to implement this initiative, which is global initiative at the EU, which is important both for our international credibility, but also, I would say, important internally in the EU to avoid unfair tax competition. On the question of how to deal with localized economy in a globalized world, I was mentioning this fragmentation and more conflictual geopolitical landscape, but that doesn't mean that we should be closing to the world. To the contrary, we should stay open. We are discussing this concept of open strategic autonomy, meaning engaging with the world, staying multilateral to the extent we can, and acting unilaterally if we must. That's the approach we are following, and certainly there is now a shift of approach from effectiveness or efficiency of supply chains to the resilience of supply chains. And as regards consumer protection in any case, any goods which reach EU single market, whether domestically produced or imported, need to meet European quality standards, and we are very clear on this. The question of decoupling with China, that's not something which we are pursuing. We are pursuing, as President von der Leyen put it, de-risking. And actually, more recently, US also took on this concept of de-risking instead of decoupling. And on the question of youth unemployment, indeed, that's something which is very much on the Commission's agenda, part of our youth strategy, how to engage, connect and empower the young people. It's very much linked with this year's initiative. This year is European Year of Skills, because to reduce youth unemployment, first and foremost we must ensure that young people have the necessary skills to be in a jobs market, in a rapidly changing jobs market, where new sets of skills will be needed for green and digital economy to compare with a traditional economy. And finally, it's also the question of implementation of our youth guarantee, where every young person who is not in employment, education or training has a possibility to reach one of those avenues. And this youth guarantee is also supported by the EU funding. Thank you.
Francis, would you like to come in on any of the points?
Just some quick comments. I think the 15% OECD rate on taxation and corporate taxation is potentially an important step forward in terms of taxation policy, because people are always worried about being at a disadvantage to other groups. So, of course, tax is a national competence. At present, that's the situation. In terms of localising and, say, supporting more local initiatives in agriculture and business, I think it does need creative thinking. It does need a change of policy direction in agriculture in a whole range of areas. And this is where Tom's point to you about needing creative solutions can come, from young people's experiences. Really important that we look at policies always and see how we can make sure that they are meeting these new criteria we want them to meet, whether it's the green economy, whether it's equality generally, care, or all of these areas that we need to have new local approaches in relation to if we are to deal with the issues facing families and communities. A point about China. I mean, this phrase, we want to de-risk but not decouple. I think it's very important. There's huge concern here in the Parliament about China's human rights record. I've seen certainly over the last number of years a far stricter approach to China, and China, of course, is also changing and moving away more and more, if it ever was there, from a market economy. So if we want to trade with China, we want to make sure that in as far as possible that they are meeting the clear economic criteria that we would have. For example, so many of their companies would get state subsidies, and that's not fair competition with our European companies. So I think we have a lot of work to do in the relationship with China, but certainly there's engagement at the moment, which there wasn't for a period, and it's then about really working through that engagement and seeing can progress be made indeed.
Tom, would you like to pick up on any points?
Yes, thank you. On green hydrogen, on local production and on China, but very briefly. On green hydrogen, I think it's very valuable for the whole of the European Union that we have the opportunities in Andalusia, for example, to produce in an efficient way green hydrogen, because it's incredibly difficult to do it in an efficient way, and we will need vast amounts of hydrogen for the economy of the future. And I believe that energy and the energy system is one of these topics where we need more cooperation in the European Union. Because it's ridiculous that in the Netherlands we try to build new nuclear plants, and in Germany they're shutting it down. It's ridiculous that because of shutting down of nuclear plants, thank you. You see, I'm not used to being applauded. We only get 1.5 minutes speaking time every time in the European Parliament. And it's also ridiculous that because of shutting those down, LNG price for everyone in Europe went up because they need more. So this is not specifically about Germany. This is about the fact that individual choices in member states about the energy system matter, and they have an influence on other countries. Which means that I believe that a European euro spent in Andalusia on green hydrogen production, where we can benefit all, is well spent, probably better than euro spent in green hydrogen production in the north of Europe, for example. That's one. On local production, very briefly, what we need there is, yes, we need more initiatives, but you deserve then protection from everything else that comes into our market. And that is something we need to be very firm at. We need fair competition. We raise the levels when it comes to environmental criteria, all kind of other criteria, animal welfare criteria, etc. We raise them in Europe, and I believe that's fair, that's good. We want to leave the world better to next generations. But the thing you deserve then is is protection against unfair competition of producers from outside of the European Union that do not have to meet those criteria. And that is essential, I think, as well. And thirdly, on China, I am, at the moment, I'm the rapporteur in the European Parliament on the port strategy. 21 European ports are currently influenced by China. There's Chinese influence and increasing Chinese influence in our ports. So at the moment, our gates to Europe, those are our ports. We give the keys to our gates to Europe. We give them partly to China. And I believe, and I try to do this only in one sentence, that I think China will understand that we will now, in the coming years, will be more strategic instead of being as naive as we were over the last years. And if we do that strategically, and we do that also with an open mind towards China and the rest of the world, I think we will benefit from that without making any enemies. Thank you.
Yeah. Good point. Okay, I think we're pretty much out of time for this panel now. So I just want to give a huge thanks to Executive Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis, to Francis Fitzgerald and Tom Beresford. I want to make sure we're encouraging all of our participants to be social and to post about it. So I'd like to encourage you to stand up, take a little selfie as well, and make sure you're posting it online. And a reminder to our participants that you can also tag our speakers, etc., in the post that you're making as well, if they've raised something interesting for you. So stand up, come and take a photo. Yeah. Come down to the front. So that was a super interesting panel. We're going to move on after this to our second panel, which is about economics. So please stay seated. There were quite a few questions. You'll see that I told you I struggle to make sure that there's enough time to get all the questions. Yeah, everybody get up. Everybody get one big. 15th time you raised, of course. Yeah. Get it.
Last year I was the first one to do it.
No.
So taking a selfie with Mr. Commissioner. Yeah.
Hey! Awesome. Wonderful. So another round of applause for our panelists. Okay, take your seats again. We're going to move straight on. We're going to have a short break after our next panel, but we're just going to move straight on. We've got loads to get through. So I'd like to invite Professor Dr. Angelika Niebler up to the stage. So she's having a chat with the Commissioner. And also I would like to invite Christian Silviu Bolshoi, who is an MEP on the Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. They both are. Strong Dutch presence, hey?
Yeah.
So please come in and take your seats. Remember, if you want to ask a question, you've all seen how difficult it is for me to see the numbers at the back. So if there's a particular topic that you want to ask a question on, come down the front. We'll let everybody take their seats once again. Please take your seats so that we can move on to the next panel. Thank you. Yeah, okay, we'll get on. So, Angelika, it's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for being with us. So the point of our next panel is about, we've talked quite a lot in that panel about the sort of macro of what European Union economics looks like. We've talked about China and all of that. But because this is a youth event, we want to talk about how this works for young people? How can we make sure the economics works for young people? If I could just ask everybody on this side to take a seat and to make sure that we're listening into our speakers, as I said, that'd be wonderful. Can I ask you all to take a seat? The gentleman here in the alleyway here. Excuse me. Please take a seat so that we can start our panel and our discussions. Angelica, please take it away. We're listening.
Thank you so much, Jack. Well, dear friends, dear ladies and gentlemen, so I'm really happy to see you all here. Thanks for coming and thanks for participating in this EPP event. It's great for us. And honestly, I listened to the panel discussion which you had right now, and thanks for your good questions. I think that's really worthwhile to come and to have a debate with us as well. So when we talk about the future of Europe's economy and what's done for the youth, maybe you allow me just to briefly address two issues. So first, you know that we have rather a lot of challenges laying ahead of us in the European Union. You know, we have the Russian war against Ukraine, we have the climate crisis, we have the twin transition, the digital and green transition, we have high inflation rates all over Europe, we have high energy prices, we have a lot of bureaucracy in the European Union, so there are quite a lot of challenges laying ahead of us. So what are we doing here in the European Union and in Parliament in order to tackle these problems? Maybe, well, allow me only to address two issues. First, what I think is the most important thing, and it was also addressed when you had the discussion and the questions in the former panel, I think the most important thing for us is that we are going to invest in people, that we are going to invest in skills, that you young people, that you are happy to engage, that you are happy to take up your chances, that you become an entrepreneur, that you use really the chances you have, that you really implement the ideas you have, that you start a business or you engage socially or you engage in environment or whatever. So I think that is really the most important thing. What we can do as the European Parliament, as the European Union, to encourage you to engage actually. And how do we do that? Who is on an Erasmus program here in the room? Someone who participated in an Erasmus program? So please show up your hands. That's great, because actually we in Parliament, we always fight actually that money is not only invested, you know, in agriculture and in supporting the regions, but money is used also for you to get engaged, to meet each other, and to be able also to realize your dreams. So that's what we think is a very important thing in order to help you really moving forward. And the other thing I think is important that that the mindset here in the European Union is the right one also for young people, for new ideas, for technology, for innovation. This is not given, so to say. If you talk to other people all around the world, actually, and we have a lot of possibilities, Christian, to do that. You know, there's one proverb saying that the United States innovates, China duplicates, and the European Union regulates. This is the wrong approach, to be honest, and this is what EPP is not standing for. We in the European People's Party, we want, you know, that money is wasted in new technologies, that we are open for innovation, that we get money into research, etc. So that is our approach. We should not go for too much regulation. Of course, you need some sort of rules and regulation, but our EPP approach is let undertakings, let young people in particular, you know, realize the ideas they have, let them try, you know, if it works, it's fine, if it's not working, well, let's go for another try. That is our approach, and I think that's really important, you know, that Europe is seen as a region, as a country, as a community where it's worthwhile to come, where, you know, people with bright ideas are really welcome, and that's at least, you know, our EPP approach, what we are fighting for in the European Parliament. So I leave it for that for the moment. I'm really giving back to you now the floor, because I'm so happy also to get some questions and get into more details on some of the topics which are of hopefully utmost interest for you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Angelica. And we'll now turn on to you, Christian. Yeah, give me a clap. We'll come to you. This idea of making sure the economy is supporting young people, there are young people here. How are we doing this? How are we convincing them as well that we're doing it?
Thank you so much. I'm also extremely honored to be here, and I think it's an excellent EPP initiative, and I'm glad to see so many young people in the European Parliament. Of course, when we look to our strategic goals, when we look to the industrial policy, the industrial strategy, when we look to the fact that we need to build an industry designed both for securing European leadership in clean energy technologies and improving the existing industrial base. When we adopted as the most important strategic objectives the twin transition, the Green Deal, decarbonization on one hand, and of course the digital transition. All these are very much linked, in my opinion, with the young generation, because clearly the digital skills and the involvement in the digital transformation of European economies and societies could be performed by everyone at every age. But maybe the most fitted and clearly the most involved in the digital transition are the young people. So many opportunities because of the emphasis and the funds and the policies that we are developing at the EU level, and we are pressuring the member states to do, offer a lot of opportunities for young people. Also, when we talk about the clean technologies, and the clean technologies are very much linked with artificial intelligence, with digitalizing the energy sector, the automotive sector. This also offers a lot of opportunities for young people. So not only because we want to save the planet, to give and assure a better world to our next generation, to you, to your children, to our children, but and with the digital to become competitive at the international level. And we need to fight for this because we are not the only one investing highly in digital skills. Angelica mentioned the United States with much more research and innovation. China is not only anymore duplicating, they did it a lot in the past, they maybe are doing, but they are also investing a lot, and not only China, a lot of Asian nations. So here we need to remain competitive, but also we look to the young generation. We need to make your industry more competitive, and this is also with the help and the imagination of young generation. The open strategic autonomy in order to reduce dependencies. These are things where the young generation is very much needed. I have to admit, and I hope that you agree with me, that even that we had many challenges. Mrs. Niebler mentioned a few of them. Of course, I just remind COVID-19 pandemics, post-COVID supply chains disruptions, high energy prices, even before the war on Ukraine. And now it's much better, but it was also due to the actions that were taken at the EU level and in the member states, but we didn't yet overcome all these challenges. High inflation still, and still projected for 2024. Rising interest rates very much affecting young entrepreneurs because they need help credit in order to develop a business. And of course the war, the Russia's unprovoked and unjustified aggression against Ukraine. And this also added to the pre-existing challenges, still low research and development investment in Europe, lack of scale-up if we compare to the United States and not only, sometimes poor technology adoption. All these challenges can be overcome only if an important part of the solution is the young generation and your vision for the future.
Thank you so much. Yeah. It's really difficult for me to clap with my panel in my hand, so you guys have to do it for me. So I've taken some questions. I took some numbers down on the last one, and I'll try and come to them first to check that they still want to ask a question. 511 was the first one. Please stand up, sir. Can I just say as well, there's always more men putting their hands up. I want the women in the room not to be afraid. Get your hands up. Last time it happened that the women came in a bit later on in the week, but please, number 511, we'll hear from you first.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Dominik, and I'm from Czech Republic. And my question is about it that new technologies and not only artificial intelligence will be more and more replaces employees in companies and factories. And if the European Union will be more and thinking about it and prepare new subsidies programs about reskilling and upskilling in a national level or about the full European Union. And second question is how will control and using of these subsidies is a national level? And thank you.
Really interesting question. We'll take a few and then we'll come to you. So the first question about AI and subsidies for companies related to that. The next number I've got written down was 245. Please, sir.
Yeah, I hope it's working. I'm Maciej from Poland. I'm glad to meet such a good economist. As you said, today we have extremely unstable situation in Europe. We have war, inflation and migration crisis. In my country, in Poland, economic education doesn't exist. Minister Przemysław Czarnek, the Minister of Education from the Prawo i Sprawiedliwość PiS government, destroyed our school. Our only hope is the European Union. My question is, how does the EU plan to develop economic awareness in the young generation? Education is the only way to avoid the crisis. How to teach youth the economy? Thank you.
It's a good point. I mean, and that is not only country or crisis specific as well. It's a hard thing to do. I'll be interested to hear what our panelists have to say. Number 10, you had a question. Would you like to say who you are and where you're from?
Hello, my name is Jacob. I'm from Germany. And my question is, how can we make Europe more attractive for young, talented people? The thing is that a lot of Europeans think about immigrating in other regions, and especially in Germany, where there is high taxation and a lot of rules in the legislation for innovative things. And another question is, how can we make Russia to get more weakened, like using well-educated people from Russia and give them an opportunity to be in Europe and work for European companies? Thank you.
That is an interesting idea. Encourage clever Russians out of the country. Perhaps, Angelika, we can come to you first and you can give us some thoughts on any or all or either of the questions that have been put there.
Thanks a lot, and thanks for the very interesting question. Maybe I start, with the last question. I leave the Ukrainian war, Russian question to you. But let's talk about artificial intelligence. And the first question also referred to that. Is our AI going to replace a lot of jobs? Well, I think that will be the case. Yeah, sorry. Any new, if you have a technological loop, then of course, the world is changing and we will lose jobs. But on the same time, I think new jobs will be created. Yeah? And what is our job actually in politics, on all political levels, is that that the skills are going to be provided for, that that in the educational system we are changing how we are learning, how we are teaching. So it's not you have to change, but it's I think the whole educational system has to take care of allowing for learning new skills, so that you all, including ourselves, are well prepared for all the challenges, for the rapid developments which we realize everywhere. And for that, I think any program which is helping for supporting this digital transition needs to be supported also, and it should not be the European Commission who decides this is an unfair subsidy. Of course, what we have to ensure is that we have a fair level playing field in the European Union. So, and in particular, if you're subsidizing big companies, big enterprises, I think there really the Commission has a very important job, so that it's a fair level playing field for all our companies, small and larger companies in the European Union. But if money is wasted in people, in education, then I think this is the best investment you can make. And I recall, I'm also teaching at my Universities of Applied Study in Munich, where I come from. And, when I met some from the US, I was asking him, well, have a look at what we are doing here at the university. And he said to me, no, I'm not so interested in learning what you are doing at the university. What I'm interested is that you send me the CVs of all your students. I'm interested in your people, in your young people who are really getting so well qualified in all our member states. And I really do hope from the young gentleman from Poland that, we cannot change. I hope that the elections coming up in Poland are going to change the government, and that we have then at the end of the day a situation where innovation, where young people are having really a good education, that the government is allowing for entrepreneurial spirit and for freedom and for engagement. I really do hope that the next elections will be in favor of our political group, so that there will be a change in the country as well. So that's maybe taking up the AI. And dear young people, just to tell you, we discussed and debated about 2 years how to tackle with AI. So, and if we ask you, what would you have done? This was not a party political issue. We just wanted to make sure that AI is great. You have a lot of wonderful applications are coming out. A lot of AI can help to make everyone's life better in Europe. But on the other hand, we have challenges, we have risks, and we had really long debates. Is it right to regulate AI, or is it the wrong approach? What would be your opinion? Would you have gone for regulation on AI or not? Who is in favor of regulating AI? Who is against? It's not easy, because we want the innovation that young people working with AI tools, investing, are staying here in the European Union and not getting out of the European Union because it's too complicated, because there's too much bureaucracy all around. But on the other hand, as the ones who have shown up hands for being in favor of regulation, there are also quite a lot of developments which we cannot simply deny. So we have to look where there are risky applications, and we have to act respectively. So this AI issue is a very important one, and I'd like to concentrate on that. And again, education is key, and every cent in the European Union spent in education, spent in Erasmus programs, in intercultural exchanges amongst young people like you, I think is a very good invested cent. Christian,
yes,
the head, president of our Committee for Industry Research.
Thank you, Angelika. So I totally agree with Angelika. I'll just add something, and I will answer to the question related to Russia. It is an interesting idea, but I'm afraid it's not really easy to implement it. So to Dominic, I also believe that we should not be so worried about a catastrophic scenario that losing jobs and everything replaced and an age of misery for humans when artificial intelligence will be more and more present in our lives, as I believe will be the case. At the beginning of the industrial era, of course not at the same scale, and it's not easy parallel, and the situation was a little bit different, but there are thinkers at that period, in that age, that were thinking that people will end in misery because the machines will replace the workers that worked very hard in that era, or people working manually in the agriculture, in the industry. Things were not like this. An age of prosperity opened, new jobs appeared, new opportunities. So I believe that the human race, the humans will always find new frontiers to discover, and I believe that the prosperity will continue to grow. Of course, if we do the necessary steps also to improve the living space, to decarbonize, to give more attention to environment, with a very special focus also on industry competitiveness and to find the right balance. As EPP is supporting, we support the idea of Green Deal, but we need also to implement feasible solution and take care of our jobs and our competitivity. It's a good idea to have skilling and reskilling programs. Of course, many of them should be at the national level. European institutions can control subsidies. We have clear rules for state aid. We have rules for budgetary deficit. Even that member states have a lot of independence in order to decide how they really design their policies. It's a very good idea also to invest in economic education awareness, and if it was done in Poland before, it's very good. It's bad that this is not happening anymore, but I believe that our EPP party has chances to win the elections, and maybe one of the elements of the program will be also to start economic education awareness. At the EU level, of course, the tools are not enough. We have the Erasmus Plus, and there you can find opportunities to learn more. You have the Erasmus for young entrepreneurs, to exchange experience, to go to learn from others' experience, and it was a very successful. We have in the research area the Marie Skłodowska-Curie actions and a special focus for young researchers, and not only, we discussed today, both of us, with the new commissioner for research and education, also youth, Iliana Ivanova, our colleague from Bulgaria, and an important emphasis will be for young entrepreneurs. For young farmers, we have special subsidy, 25% top if you have less than 40 years old from the agriculture policy funding. So even at the EU level, we can do something, but many of the actions should be taken at the national level. And finally, for Jakob, you mentioned in your question also what we should do in order to keep talents. You mentioned taxation. Of course, this is something difficult to change, but to give some incentives to young people could be envisaged even in the western part of Europe, where the system is more solid and the expenses, also the benefits for the taxes that you are paying are quite significant, education, roads, healthcare, and so on. Less bureaucracy is easier than easing the taxation, and this is something that EPP is always struggling to have less and less bureaucracy, and clearly more investments in young people in order to keep them here. But mobility is important, so if they go to the United States or somewhere else and come back with new experience, as we need also to attract talents from other parts of the world. And finally, we need now to implement the sanctions and even strengthen, make harder the sanctions against Russia. To start to take young people from Russia now to work in European companies is not easy. My personal opinion, but I see President David McAllister coming here and is much more expert than me, than us. In my opinion, I believe that it will be difficult to see a change in Russia from inside. The system is very repressive, the fear is very big, the propaganda, the democratic institutions are not functioning. So the solution is to support Ukraine, to defeat the Russians, to make them go back, and then if Russia is defeated in the war by Ukrainians with our help, with international community help, maybe the system that was so much and so well constructed, but it's a sick system, will collapse because of losing the war. And this will be the solution, to see the potential of young and bright people in Russia, and I'm sure they are, but now they cannot express themselves. Many of them cannot even talk. Maybe we'll change the future, and Russia will be different in the coming ages. Thank you.
Yeah, many different concerns around that. It's an interesting question, but one that's complicated. Right, we're going to have two quick-fire questions, which one answer from one of you answer one of you answer the other, and then we're going to head off for a quick break because we're going to have a really short break and move into our next panel, which is going to be about foreign policy. So I'm going to take two questions. A lot of you have been indicating to me, and I will try and get to you as much as possible, but as I say, come closer down the front, you're more likely to get your question. So 494, please stand up. I can't see where 494 is. Nope, okay, we'll move on. 246. Who's 246? Yes, so you had your hand up for a long time. Please, state your name and your question.
Thank you so much.
Press the button. We got you.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. I'm coming from La Coruña, a city in the northwest of Spain, in Galicia. I was elected there as member of the council last May elections. I'm the youngest ever and the younger under 30 in my city. So I'm here really concerned about youth unemployment and how you think we should organize governments and policies to promote regional and local development combined with new technologies and artificial intelligence. How should the governments organize their policies to get these objectives? Thank you.
Youth unemployment, very important in Spain, but also in the rest of the European Union. Let's take 58. You are next as well.
Hello, my name is Samuel from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. I have a question regarding our young farmers. What will the EPP say in regard to their perspective and their competitive edge with the new Green Deal, which is very polarizing under that community?
Okay. So one of you take on youth unemployment and one of you take on young farmers. You could, yeah. You can both take a bit. We've not got much time, so far away. Yeah.
So then I start. Thanks for the questions and congratulations to your election here in Galicia. That's great. So how to tackle unemployment? Well, take money into your hands and arrange for good programs so that the young people are going to be best qualified. That's what a government can do. You know, we need we have to support invest in skills, in people. I think the infrastructure is very important. So as regards the digital world, you know, you need best connectivity everywhere. So you have to invest in that, and going for these. Going for, you know, allowing also that startups are going to implement the ideas they have. You know, if it's not working, so what? Then you have to encourage them to go for another try. So I think. Taking really money into your hands and invest in people, in the infrastructure, and in good and bright ideas. This is the best way to move forward. At the end of the day, it's always, you know, the whole ecosystem, I think, has to be right in place. You know, if you look at Silicon Valley, I come from Munich. We also have I think a good setting, you know, a good mindset, a good ecosystem. This all has to fit together. You know, and be open for ideas, encourage people to come to you, give them money, give them place to start a business. I think that's maybe the best way to fight against unemployment, youth unemployment in particular. And the farmers, it's a very difficult question. Well, I think there had been a lot of change in the farmers' landscape. They are very aware of the challenges laying ahead of them. You know, they are, as regards sustainability, you know, how to be sustainable on the one hand side and how to produce produce food on the other side. We passed a lot of legislation in order to encourage also our farmers to go for this green transition. And well, for us it's always important, not to move out and to come forward with a lot of things which we are going to forbid, not going out with a lot of restrictions, but again also allowing, our farmers to move for good, innovative ideas how they are going to produce goods and how they are going to how they work on the countryside. So find the right balance for us is the most important thing. Sustainability, yes, but also allowing, the farmers to produce as they've done for generations. Christian.
Very shortly, congratulations also for your election. I was also the youngest member of the General Council in Bucharest many years ago when I was young, so good luck and a lot of success. On unemployment, of course, first of all, we need to tackle unemployment in general, and if we find the right solutions, if we strengthen the industrial base, if we really invest and create new opportunities, as I said, in the Green Deal, in the clean technologies area, but also in the digital transformation of our economies, young people are advantaged because most of the jobs will be for young people. That's why we need to a little bit accelerate our plans, and with this will come job opportunities. And of course we need dedicated policies. Member states can do it. We have also the EU level, the Youth Employment Initiative, which is part of the youth guarantee schemes. The impact is limited, but this could be a source of inspiration for national, regional or local governments in order to really dedicate some policies to young people and to reduce the unemployment in the young generation. And on the Green Deal versus farmers, I echo what Angelica said, and this is the core, the essence of what EPP tries to achieve, to find the right balance. The transition will be difficult, will be even painful for many sectors, even for the energy sector, because we have regions like Poland, like Romania, with depending on coal. That's why the just transition mechanism is very important. Some jobs will disappear, some others should appear. In the industry, very difficult for many industrial areas, steel, aluminium, and it's even very risky, so there we need to find the right balance. For the car industry, which is extremely efficient in Europe, extremely competitive, it's a challenge what we voted and what we asked them. In agriculture, of course, the same. Not always we manage to convince the majority of the European Parliament, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the majority is somewhere else. With the help of the Council, in the trilogue, sometimes we manage to improve a little bit in some areas, because we need to remain ambitious, but we cannot destroy what we achieved during many years, many generations, and we need to preserve our competitiveness.
Let's give a huge hand to Angelica and to Christian. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your time today. Yeah, come down, take your picture. Yeah, they want to make sure that they've got their record of this event as well, because it's a big one. Right, we're going to start the next panel at 4:30. I'm going to say 16, 4:30 sharp. That panel is about the external dimension.
So we put the same picture?
Yeah, get in, come on, come down. Look out for yourself, retweet it, re-Instagram it, whatever, yeah. Everyone in. Wonderful. So, back in your seats at 4:30, please. That would be really useful for all of us. Cheers. See you for the next panel. Come in. If you can hear me outside of the hemicycle, please come in and take your seats because we're going to get moving again. So everybody that's outside, come in and take your seats again, and we will get moving. Carry on taking the pictures. That's good.
That's class.
Great to see you, Michael. How you doing? Take the stage, yeah, wonderful.
And the final notes about the final down here, did you add those?
Is Raza here? Please come in and take your seats. I can't see. I can't see Raza. Is Raza here? Okay, we're going to get moving. So please take your seats. One of our panelists is currently not here. Unless, Raza, if you're in the room and I can't see you. No, I don't think so. Thank you so much. See you next time. So please come in and take your seats. So we're going to move on to our third panel, our second theme, actually, which is a Europe that protects. We have 4 panelists. One of them isn't with us at the moment, but we'll just continue. So we do have Margarita Schinas, who's the Vice President of the European Commission for promoting the European way of life. We have David McAllister, who is the Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs here in the European Parliament. And we have Michael Gahler, who is the EPP Coordinator on Foreign Affairs and the Parliament Rapporteur on Ukraine and Tunisia as well. And we also have, making her way to the stage, Raza Yuknevichinya, who is the Vice Chair of the EPP Group, who we're going to start with as well. So we'll just give her a moment to take the stage. Please come in and take your seats. I expect this panel is going to have a lot of questions, so get your hands up quick when we get to the Q&A session. Raza, it's wonderful to have you here. We're going to start with you. Just a sort of concept of what a Europe that protects is, what that means to you. Perhaps you can outline that for us briefly.
It's for me now?
Yeah, you go first.
To start? Okay, I will try to do my best. First of all, thank you for the invitation. Thank you for being here. I will say this first time I'm here in front of you from this stage, from this chair, and I'm thinking about the future when you will be seated here as members of the European Parliament. And I think this is what is about our debate today, about the future, about the European future, about the security. And I would like to speak about sustainable peace and security in our continent. We need sustainable peace. We can achieve peace tomorrow to stop the war if we will not provide Ukraine with the support. But this peace will be not sustainable. Thinking about the meeting, I prepared some short quotation which is very much related with our debate. It is the American philosopher of the previous ages, Clark, who said that a politician thinks of the next election and statement of the next generation. And it is very important. It's not easy for us politicians to avoid thinking only about next election, because it is important to think about the next election. But to think about the next generations is not for everyone given. Our fathers of the European Union, they were the people, the persons, the politicians. They did a lot, and they were thinking about the next generation. So do we. We have to say the same. And answering your question about the future, about my thoughts of today, I think that we have to elaborate, to have very clear strategy and vision for the future. I see Europe and how to achieve this sustainable peace. We have to think about Europe after the completion, the full completion, with the nations like Ukrainians, Belarusians, Moldova, South Caucasus, Western Balkans. It's not enough just to live in nice European Union as we live today. It will not be, the sustainable peace will not be achieved. We have to enlarge our continent and to have more powerful continent. We very often say that we would like to be more global, but we will not be global enough without thinking about Europe as a continent, first of all. And this is my goal as a politician, to think about the future, maybe already after me, not only being a human being at that time. But today we need to think about that and to have very concrete plans. But unfortunately, our continent today is facing very difficult situation, very brutal war, and this war shows us that we are very much damaged, how to say, not only damaged, but not strong enough. I would say that it opened our weaknesses. Look what happened. Our security system is, I will be very critical, very weak. Without the support from the United States and Great Britain, those countries who are not part of the European Union, Ukraine would not be able to resist as they are doing today. They would not be able to defend us, because this war is not only about Ukraine. This war is about us. Those nations we live very next to the region where this war is happened. We feel maybe with more concerns, but also I see my colleagues from other countries also are concerned, and we are today united as never before. But on the other hand, we still have heavy debates when we speak about the future EU membership of some countries, or it will be very heavy debate in the future, or NATO membership. So it's a lot to do, and I think that your questions will help me to answer exactly what do you want to hear from us.
Thank you very much, Raza. So now we'll move on to Vice President Margarita Skinas. I mean, your job in the Commission has sort of changed over the course of the mandate due to what we've seen, the war in Ukraine, also the pandemic to some extent. What does this mean for you, this idea of a Europe that protects?
First of all, let me tell you how happy I am to join you. Let me start by congratulating you for ignoring the glorious Brussels weather to be with us in the hemicycle. Actually, this is the European capital also of mourning, so I will start with a complaint. It has been raining for weeks, and precisely today that we're having this debate, there is glorious weather to compete, but be it as it may. My job in the Commission is a new one. There was an attempt by Ursula von der Leyen 4 years ago to put under one single roof all the anthropocentric policies of the European Union. Policies that pertain to a Europe that protects migration, borders, public health, security, cybersecurity, with another cluster of policies which is a Europe of empowerment, of opportunities, that brings together our work on education, culture, sport, youth, Erasmus, skills. And I think this experiment, as Jack rightly points out, was a success. We started with a very European, schizophrenic, self-flagellating debate on what really the European way of life means. Some of you may remember that we were accused that this notion of a European way of life is us against the rest approach. I think 4 years later, after everything that hit us, it became pretty evident that this has been the best way to project the model of society we stand for, what we represent as Europeans, and the way we manage to deal with unprecedented historic challenges in these 4 years, like the pandemic, like the instrumentalization of migration and external borders, and now a war. And the best proof of how pertinent this notion of the European way of life is when a couple of months ago President Zelensky addressed the plenary of this House from this very lectern. He mentioned the European way of life 21 times in his speech. And he basically concluded with the fantastic sentence that we are fighting to be able to join the way you live. So part of this is the Europe that protects. Of course, we didn't expect Putin to start building a security union. We had started a long time ago, and we do not disagree with Rasa often, but on this one I have a different approach. I think that part of the Ukrainian success, part of the fact that they keep fighting proudly, standing on their feet, is because the European Union, from the very first week of the war, has been financing the Ukrainian state with 2 billion euros per month. May I repeat? 2 billion euros per month. Ukraine keeps fighting and keeps winning because Europe keeps paying. This is a message I want you to take back. It's a message that is not often told. Of course, our Western allies are helping us and helping Ukraine with weapons, with other systems, but we are there as well. European taxpayers' money pays also for weapons. We have trained 25,000 European military personnel. We have hundreds of cybersecurity experts on the ground. We are fighting not only with our bank check, but also operationally on the ground. So, to cut a long story short, this Europe that protects should not be seen as something that we Europeans should be apologizing about. On the contrary, this is our strength. This is what people expect of us. They want Europe to be a shield, a bouclier, a system that makes their lives better, easier. And I'm very proud to have led this work in this Commission for the next 4 years. We're now coming into the last stretch. We have less than a year for the next European elections, and I have no doubt, especially the last piece of the puzzle that we miss is that this European agreement on a new EU migration and asylum pact, that when we complete this work, we will be able to show, ahead of the European election, that we are projecting a Europe of solutions, a Europe of sense, not a Brussels Europe.
Thank you so much, Vice President. That final piece of the puzzle is the very difficult one, though, right? Yeah. We'll move on now to David McAllister, who's the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee here in the European Parliament. It's been a huge topic, basically, the war in Ukraine. And while we've seen that support for Ukraine, it has raised that question of our own protection as well. I wonder if you can outline how you see this.
As Raza Yuknevichina mentioned, the transatlantic alliance guarantees our security, our freedom and peace in Europe. That's why it's so important that we continue strengthening our transatlantic cooperation with the United States of America, Canada and the United Kingdom, three very important NATO partners who are not members of the European Union. We are fortunate that in the moment there is a US president in office who's clearly committed to the transatlantic alliance. Nobody knows what will happen after the next elections in the United States, but we did witness during the 4 years of Donald Trump in the White House that cornerstones of transatlantic cooperation were for the first time questioned by an American president. But whoever wins the next elections, we will continue to see the United States further pivoting to Asia. So that means that we Europeans have to do more for our own security and defense. This will definitely happen. And the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine has shown us how important it is that we strengthen European security and defense, because this is not only a war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, this is a violent, brutal, illegal attack on the entire European peace and security architecture. So, we have to take our own security and defense in Europe more into our own hands. And for years now, polls show that the citizens are supporting this. If the citizens are asked in polls, where would you like to see a stronger, more united Europe? You always have security and defense right at the top of the agenda. So what do we need to do now? Europeans need to spend more on defense. We have to make sure that all member states actually maintain their commitment to increased defense budgets. But it's not only about more spending, it's about spending in a more intelligent way. It's spending more wisely, and this means for us to do more at a European level. Let's do this together. That's why we in the European People's Party, for many, many years in this European Parliament and other institutions, have been at the spearhead advocating for establishing step by step a European Defence Union. That means joint European defence procurement. That means joint European defence research. Many, many steps should lead to a fully fledged European Defence Union. And everything has been written down on paper after the beginning of the war against Ukraine. The heads of government and state in the European Union adopted a strategic compass which includes more than 80 individual initiatives to go exactly this way in the next years for creating a European Defence Union. So 2 final points. The first one is action speaks, not words. We should always remind our national governments, especially the heads of government, of the commitments they have made, and we expect them to deliver. And a final point, more cooperation on European security and defence is nothing in competition with NATO or even against NATO. Quite on the contrary, it's about strengthening the European pillar within the transatlantic framework of NATO. NATO and EU are 2 organizations, both based in Brussels. The cooperation between the 2 institutions has improved throughout recent years, and we should always stick to one motto. Each organization does best what it can and what it does. It's about becoming more European and remaining transatlantic in the next years. That's the way forward, and that's what we as European People's Party stand for.
Thank you, David. Now, before we get to your questions, we're going to hear from Michael Gahler, who is the rapporteur here in the European Parliament on Ukraine, so a really important role, and sits on the Foreign Affairs Committee. Michael, it's great to have you with us. So, what have you learned or experienced from the work that you've been doing, as I say, as a rapporteur?
Thank you. Before I go in detail on that, coming back to the topic, a Europe that protects, I think we should always keep in mind, I would say, the 3 dimensions. There is the external security, there is the internal security, and in between is the border protection, which is a huge task as we speak. Well, actually we are all concerned. Some countries are immediately affected because they are geographically close, and others are in a different way affected because they are the destination of those who are coming. But I'm not now focusing on this aspect. I just wanted to give the entire picture, external, border and internal security. Now on the specificities of the Ukraine policy that we are pursuing, we have already seen since the start of the war, which was, by the way, in 2014 with the occupation of Crimea and the destabilization of Lugansk and Donetsk oblasts, we have already seen that Russia was ready to step over red lines, to violate the international rules-based order by attacking Ukraine, and now staging and raging the full-scale war. And I think what we have based our policy is on, and where Mr. Putin was foolishly mistaken in the assessment of our political will and standing together. First, he miscalculated, of course, his own capacity. He overestimated the Russian army. Then he underestimated the capacity of the Ukrainians and their will to defend their country. And that is our point. He totally underestimated our will to stand together and to do whatever we can to support Ukraine, and as long as it takes. And I think especially for young people, and we are all in an age, even the older ones here of us and sitting in the podium, we have also not seen war, or at least only the breakup of Yugoslavia, which was basically a civil war. But we haven't seen war in Europe. But we have also not believed that we would come into such a situation. But as that is so difficult, we definitely have to assess and to realize that we are in a systemic conflict. That means it is nothing regional at the eastern end of Europe, but it is definitely this question, how to address a criminal dictator and how to respond to him in a way that he understands that he cannot win. So what we have done as the European Union through all our measures, we have supplied Ukraine with weapons, as have many NATO countries who are not in the EU, and we have to admit it was the US and Britain, the two ones who already started systematically supplying before the start of the full-scale war, but the others followed suit. So that is the one aspect. The next aspect is the humanitarian aid that we are, since the very start of the war, delivering to Ukraine for the people that remained in the country. It is it's also a kind of humanitarian aid, accepting millions of Ukrainians in our countries and giving them shelter for the time of the war, and it is that is really the decisive point, to have the macro financial assistance that we are delivering to the country in a way that simply the state functions further, that the people can buy something for their money, what Putin expected, that everything would fall into shambles, that this simply did not happen. So these are the major measures that we have taken, and politically extremely important since June last year already in the European Council, also being pushed by this European Parliament and within the Parliament by the EPP, to make Ukraine a candidate country, Ukraine and Moldova and possibly Georgia, candidate countries for the European Union, sending the political signal: whenever this war ends, Ukraine is neither in the Russian orbit nor in the grey zone, but on the way to us. They belong to us, we belong together, and they are fighting a fight that is meant to address or to attack also our way of life, our democratic European way of life. And when they manage to overcome it, I think that is then the way forward to pursue now for the next year. I'm the standing rapporteur also for the rapporteur or co-rapporteur for the Ukraine facility, 50 billion for the next 4 years to prepare the way forward. Reconstruction plus pre-accession as one process encompassing the entire agenda for reconstruction and future membership.
Thank you so much, Michael. Yeah. Okay, I've got some questions listed already. We'll take 3 at a time. I'll come to you in a bit. We've got 55, we have 36 and 347. Let's start with 55. Put your hands up a second as well, some other people that I can do. Yeah, so we'll take one.
Yes, thank you for making the time to come to us and talk about the security of our borders and also in Europe. And by the way, my name is Mark and I am from the Netherlands. One of you just said that 2 billion euros per month is being spent and is all going to the war effort in Ukraine. As a skeptic, I agree with the necessity to secure our eastern borders. However, I do have to ask, what is our financial limit, seeing how many member states don't even spend enough money in their own military? Thank you.
Okay, try and keep the questions short. I know there's a lot of context, but let's try and keep them short. The gentleman in 36, please.
Hello, I'm Chris, I'm from Greece, and I would like, first of all, it's an honor to have Margarita Sinas there, from all of us, and I would like to ask a question about AI. And with the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence, we have seen significant changes in various sectors of economy. I would like to know how the European Union visualizes artificial intelligence, the potential of AI to drive economical growth and job creations, but at the same time secure transparency, fairness and ethics. Thank you.
And then it was 347, I think it said, yeah.
Hi, I'm Jan from Germany, and I've got a question about the financing as well. About 23% of people living in Europe don't support the financing of the European Union, of the Ukraine war. What would you say to those kind of people that it's necessary?
Okay, tough questions. Would any of you like to jump in on any of them? Marguerite, since there was one directed towards you.
Let me start with a brief comment on all three questions. I start with the last one, Jan's question on what do we say to those who are not willing to keep supporting Ukraine. I would tell them that if we don't do that now, the price would be higher later. If we do not show the aggressor that we are a union that can stand firmly on the side of democracy, if we don't defend our way of life, if we don't fight and support the territorial integrity of a neighbor, a partner, and a future member, then we open the gate to all sorts of nightmare scenario that can happen tomorrow in other parts of our territory, in Central and Eastern Europe, in the Baltics, in Southeastern Europe, in Cyprus. Why? Because we are fighting a war together with the Ukrainians, because this is also we are part of this war. We are fighting with the Ukrainians because we fight for the same cause, for the kind of society that we represent. So of course we can be more of a Chamberlain and less of a Churchill. We can be more of a Roosevelt and less of a Truman. But as history teaches, each time that these practices were followed, the price that we had to come and pay for freedom and democracy was much higher. On Christos' question on artificial intelligence, I think that there again, in this Commission, and with the precious help of our colleagues in the European Parliament and our member states, we now have probably the only solid legislative framework in the world to frame digital governance and technological progress. Our DSA and DMA ground rules is the European way of shaping our digital future. We have now the tools, we have the instruments. These are democratic instruments that allow us to act, interfere, intervene, shape, convince. On artificial intelligence, there is an extra effort to be done, and I fully agree with you. We have to strike the right balance between a more anthropocentric control of artificial intelligence. We need to make sure that the algorithms will not be left in the hands of the software engineers. We need people at the start or at the end of the algorithmic chain. If we don't do that, then our future will not be with us. It will be with those who develop the algorithms, and that would escape practically any sort of regulation. So that's one side of the argument. The other side of the argument is that Europe should not stay away of all the potential gains that artificial intelligence will bring in our economy, in our society, in an interconnected world that is dawning. So this is the European way of doing it, and I'm confident that we will get there. Finally, on Mark, yes, you're right. We are supporting Ukraine financially with an important contribution. I explained earlier why we're doing that. But you're absolutely right to raise the relative point of how we can continue investing on our security, first by spending more, especially in those member states that are below the 2% GDP threshold that NATO would require. Although I think we're doing better. Now David probably may have better figures, but I think there is more progress towards this goal. And there's another side linked to it. I don't know how many Irish and Austrian friends are here present. It is also the question of neutrality. The war is a huge wake-up call for those of us, members of the family, that constitutionally have taken the road of neutrality. And there is a debate going on. We should not demonize this debate. This is part of the argument, and I'm very happy that Mark raises it. Thank you.
Yeah. A quick comment from Michael, and then we'll take some more questions. The other panelists.
Just to say, as you asked, is the limit financially? The limit is the political will and necessity to take it. I mean, if you compare it, what we have spent over 20 years in Afghanistan is almost zero in comparison to the billions and billions and billions that we have spent together in Afghanistan, not on our proper border. That is the one thing. And don't forget one thing as well, and that is what I would tell those people who are against. Think of the end. What will happen if we let Putin, if it were, we will not let it, but if it were that we let Putin win this war and conquer Ukraine, apart from the fact that we will probably then have 25 million Ukrainians in the European Union. That's not my issue. My issue is that would be the clear signal this West is on the way down the tubes. This democratic Europe is not able and willing to defend its interest, and the rest of the world who would like to engage with us because we are good partners, they would say, well, apparently long-term engagement with these weak ones who are not only going out of Afghanistan, out of Mali, but even in their own continent are retreating. Does it make sense with them to engage in the long term, or shouldn't we try to arrange with the Russians or the Chinese from the outset? I think that is not in our interest. We need to stay firm and committed and see that Ukraine wins because they win for us.
Thank you, Michael. Let's take some more questions. I think some of them will be on the same thrust, and you can perhaps pick up on some of the other questions as well. We're going to take from 29, 136 and 304. They were the ones I had down. I'll try and take some more afterwards, but we'll start with you on 29.
Hey, I'm Victoria from Germany, and I'm asking about the future of European defense industries. We've already seen the build-up of the European army, or generally the rapid deployment forces. So looking at our armies being divided, how can we increase the cooperation and the integration of the research and the defense industry? We had in the past the Typhoon or the Eurocopter, which were very, very successful and brings the cost for all of us, for the research, for the usage, down. So how can we in the future further this, looking at the very, very successful examples in the past?
Thank you very much, Victoria. Eurofighter Typhoon and the wings were made in my proud hometown of Bristol. 136.
Hello, I'm Dorothy from the Netherlands. And I was wondering, when we're talking about a Europe that protects, and I hear the story about Ukraine, I'm very proud. But when I hear about the deals with Libya, with Tunisia, we hear a lot of stories about European values that are being neglected or damaged very much. So how is Europe making sure that not only on the Ukrainian side, but also on the other external borders of Europe, that the European values are being held high?
Really important question. Let's take from 304, please.
Yes, hello, my name is Anastasia, I'm from Latvia. So when Ukraine wins the war, the issue of the reformation of political system in Russia will be relevant. So the Russian opposition will have a big role, and which is currently rather fragmented. And as far as I know, the European Parliament cooperates with the representative of the Russian opposition as the Free Russia Forum. The Forum of the Free Russia in different formats, such as the Brussels dialogue this summer. And my question is, how do you assess this cooperation and the role of the EU in post-war times in the context of Russia? Thank you.
That is such an interesting question as well. Should we start with you, Raza, and then we'll head to David? Perhaps we can pick up on some of those points and move on from there. Raza.
Maybe I will take on Russia, and maybe you then we will share, not to answer on all the questions and leave some space to each other. First of all, on maybe shortly, I will be back to the question, very interesting question, on what to say for those 25% who are against support. So you answered it perfectly, everything I agree. But I would like to give an advice, to ask those people to go to Bucha, to ask Alexei Navalny and his team to ask people of Belarus, or Syria and Libya and other people, Afghanistan, or some people in China, in some parts of China, about the possible future if dictatorships would be able to win against democracies. Because this war is not right headlines when some journalists or we say war in Ukraine. It is not war in Ukraine. This war is at least Russia's war against Ukraine in very minor way saying, but this war is dictatorships against democracies. It means against us. This is my answer of the person. I was born in occupied by Soviet Union, Lithuania, so I know what does it mean to live in dictatorship. And now about Russia. Thank you. Question from Latvia. Yes, myself also I am involved very much in these activities, and some people from our group as well. We had recently, in the very beginning of June, very interesting meeting here from Russian opposition from different parts of Russian opposition came here. And, shortly answering to your question is what I tried to say in the very beginning. We have to have a strategy for the future, our future. But we have to have strategy on Russia's future as well. I am afraid that some politicians, not necessarily in the European Union, maybe in the United States as well, they don't believe that Russia is able to live in a different way. Russia always was dictatorship, always was imperialistic country, and very few in my country believe that Russians can live in democracy, or at least not to be aggressive. But if not to even help Russians to be deoccupied by their regime, I am afraid that we will be back to business as usual after this war, despite that Ukraine will regain its land, and that will be very dangerous outcome of this war. For me, the end of this war means not to be afraid to defeat Putin's regime. And only then we can see and maybe help, maybe Russians themselves will do some change. Only then we can see the possible future of different Russia. But this is our goal, our strategic goal, to have this continent without such imperialistic regimes as Russia is today. So this is why we are pushing, and I am trying to convince many colleagues not to be afraid, to help Ukraine as much as possible, and this will help to defeat regime, but not to help Putin or his team to survive. So this is the main concern and the main strategy, I think, and tactics for us of today.
So, David, perhaps you can pick up on this idea of increased cooperation of armies. We have seen the joint purchasing of ammunition since the war against Ukraine. And maybe also you can touch on the deals. I know that perhaps the Vice President will want to speak about that, but perhaps you can talk about those external deals that the EU is doing with third countries as well.
Okay, I will try to briefly answer some of the questions related to European defence cooperation. I mentioned the strategic compass the 27 heads of state and government adopted in March 2022, immediately after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And this strategic compass for me is a kind of a roadmap towards a fully fledged European defence union. It's all been written down. It now needs to be implemented. And that's why, once again, we need to remind the 27 heads of state and government of their commitments they made in Versailles. Now, one point of importance is joint defence procurement, which was addressed by the lady from Germany. One of the biggest obstacles to our defence capability has been the small-scale national structure of European defence industries. We in Europe are the second largest defense spender in the world. After the United States, we spend about roughly the same as the Chinese. But 80% of our defense equipment is still procured completely at a national basis. Only 9% of our defense research is currently conducted in cooperation between EU states. This obviously leads to higher prices and an unfortunate lack of compatibility in our national armies. So, if the heads of government said they want to spend more, they also said they want to invest more wisely. And we say the way forward must be to do more European defense research and more European defense procurement together. Now, you would think that the national governments have learnt the lesson, but if you're looking at what's going on in the moment, you see once again a variety of billions of taxpayers' money being spent, but it's not coordinated in a European way. Germany, for example, wants to buy an Israeli missile defense system. Poland has ordered battle tanks from South Korea. Lithuania and Finland are looking towards the United States for multiple rocket launchers. Now, you can have a very good argument for every single purchase, but I think we all agree this is not exactly what we understand under a European coordinated defense research procurement. So I think we have to do better. You mentioned the purchase of ammunition for Ukraine. This is an example how we can, in my point of view, spend taxpayers' money more effectively. And then a final point on the European army. I know this is always a very popular question. When will we have a European army? Well, we don't know. Perhaps at the end of a long, long journey, we will one day have a European army, the army of Europeans, a European defence force. But we need to go first steps, and the first step is the rapid deployment capacity. The rapid deployment capacity is supposed to be a military unit composed of 5,000 women and men, kind of a standing force which should be fully operational by 2025, and the first exercise is supposed to be conducted in 2023. Why do we have this rapid deployment capacity now in the pipeline? Because it was something we learnt from the international withdrawal from Afghanistan. Even if we had wanted as Europeans to stay longer in Kabul, to hold the airport for another 2, 3 or 4 weeks to get more people out, we wouldn't have been able to do so without the United States of America. When they decided to leave Kabul, we had to leave too. And my final sentence is, we spend billions of euros on taxpayers' money on defence and security, but we're not able to have a standing force of 5,000 people to hold an airport on our own. There's something going wrong. That's why I'm thoroughly convinced we have to do more together in Europe on defence and security.
On Tunisia.
Exactly. Do you want to come in, Michael?
Yes. Also, as a standing rapporteur on Tunisia, I'm very grateful for this question. What shall we do southwards? And do we apply our standards there? And I'm critical of the EU attitude that we have practiced since 25th July 2021, when this president in Tunisia staged his presidential coup. And we have invested a lot as European Union, as Parliament particularly, since 2011, since the Arab Spring, since that seemed to be successful in Tunisia. We have done it since 2011. But we have not been as constant in our support and supervision how it all went. And then what we should have done after the 25th of July 2021, we should have conditioned our support in saying, okay, we are aware you need more money for the economy and for social purposes, but you return to the constitutional order. We have not done it. We have had this president do things and continued business as usual until he has ruined the country another 2 years. And now, as the Tunisians even are entering the boats, now we have taken action and had to engage with this guy who is part of the problem. And I'm pretty sure, unless there is and we should now condition our support. Well, one condition is that they conclude something with the International Monetary Fund, good, but we should also say we condition it that you release the political prisoners. Here they have taken parliamentarians, including party chairs, as imprisoned, and a national dialogue. We have demanded it 2 years ago. We have not pushed on it, and that is, I think, where we should become better, also southwards, and supporting the Tunisians, because they also want to live in better circumstances. 11% was the turnout in their parliamentary election after this president had instated something without parties and enforced an election. 11% turnout. That is what the Tunisians say. We shouldn't simply do business as usual and think we find a solution unless we also not only insist on cooperation on migration, but also on re-establishment of democracy in a country like Tunisia. Thank you.
I have so many. I know there's so many. There's so many more questions we'd like to ask. I feel like we could go for a whole afternoon on this, but unfortunately, that is now. We're already 5 minutes over our time on the panel. So I'd like to say a huge thanks to Margarita Skinas, to Raza Yuknovichnia, to David McAllister, and to Michael Gala. Thank you so much for being with us. Yeah, big thanks. You guys stay in your seats, though. Thank you. You want to say something? Yeah.
On army, European army. Yes, maybe in the future we will have it, but we have it already today. One strongest European army. It is Ukrainian army. So Slava Ukraini, thank you for them.
Thank you. I will ask you to leave the presidency stage. Stay in your seats, though. We're going to move on to our next theme. I will say this, while our panellists are changing, if I could invite the next three panellists up, and I will introduce you when we're there. But I will say this, this evening, at this evening's drink and dinner event at Auto World, many of the people that you've seen on the stage will be attending. And for those of you that haven't managed to get your question, I would encourage you to walk up, shake hands, and perhaps have the discussion there as well. They will be hopefully willing if they have time as well. So, we're going to move on. Our third theme, thank you so much to our panellists on that one there. Our third theme is a Europe that creates opportunities and safeguards our environment. So this is interesting. This is going to be about jobs, but also climate policies, etc. And to that end, as we can see, there she is. We'll just have a little changeover. If anybody has any questions, remember, I'm trying my best. You can see it's quite difficult for me. I try and get to as many as I possibly can. I write the numbers that I see of the hands. Okay, we've got, yeah, that's cool. That's exactly what you should do. I will put you down on the list. It's really difficult for me to try and keep across it, so that's wonderful.
Well done. It was a pleasure.
Cheers, David. Thank you so much. See you later on. Please take your seats. Dubravka, you'll come here. Adina there. And, yeah. Okay, so we have three fantastic women on this panel. We have Zaliana Zovko, who is the vice chair of the EPP Group and a member of this parliament. We also have Dubravka Suica, who is an EPP, who is she's the Commissioner for Democracy and Demography, and she's also an EPP Vice President of the Presidency, and Adina Valian, who is the European Commissioner for Transport. Delighted that you're all here. We're going to start with you, Zaliana. What does this exactly mean, this idea of a Europe that creates opportunities while safeguarding our environment? We've had some complex discussions, especially over the last couple of months, and especially within the European Parliament on this. I wonder if you can give our participants a bit of an outline. Can I ask everybody to take your seats and sit down just as we start this panel, please?
I would like to say it's quite late, so for all the young people listening to us here, first you have to learn that it's not an easy job to spend all day in this house where you feel like a hamster sometimes. What it means, I mean, I'm so happy that you invited me to this panel. Usually, I'm an expert in foreign affairs and security issues, so and it's not quite my subject. It became mine when I was alerted by the fishermen from Croatian islands. Many of you know Croatia is the country with the most beautiful and preserved islands in Adriatic Sea, and it's known for its World Heritage sites and also the way of living. So these fishermen alerted me and said, like with the small fishing boats, that they will not be able to make their ends meet because the European Commission is going to ban the fishing in Adriatic Sea. And all of a sudden, from these beautiful stories that we heard about nature and preservation of nature, we had to face the reality that small fishing and the tradition of Croatian fishermen might be just scrapped just overnight because somebody was not really considering that many people are not living off big words, but also they have to preserve the tradition and the heritage. And we started looking into the file and understood that nature restoration law it was a beautiful idea, and it still is. But the small dots that were supposed to be there and the connection with the real people was missing. And here in our group, in the EPP Group, as we are a real representative and we are elected by the people who live from their daily job and that pay taxes and try to survive, especially in these dire times, that we need to as well to listen to them. So we started discussion and started to ask the questions that were not asked in the process of making this law that was supposed to be on benefits to all of us. And then on the way to the final vote in a plenary session, we came to a conclusion, and I think that many of us learned many lessons from both sides and Commission and also from the side of the Parliament. And that my colleague as well, Vice President of the Commission, will tell us that we have to go and visit the most remote areas and to listen to the people much more who live of this and who will implement these laws. So European Union is faced with a big task as well, and that is to make this place a healthy and a safe environment, to also to ensure the food security and to safeguard the jobs. And I think maybe my answer is not so it's not so technical, it's more emotional. But in the end, this was a harsh reality that we had to face, and we had to spend discussing in the last months in bringing up this nature restoration law to the vote.
Thank you so much for those introductory comments. We will take the questions, but first we're going to move to Vice President Suica. This has been a real shift, this mandate, I think, in firstly the sort of power structures of Brussels, the idea of how the European Union sees itself, specifically creating jobs after the pandemic and what that's meant to protect people, but also the Greens transition. I wonder you can talk from your point, because you work on democracy and demography as well. What's changed and what are the priorities for you?
Thank you very much for this question, and this was really very challenging time and very challenging mandate. As you mentioned, this is first time ever that we established a new portfolio on democracy and demography, and as a former teacher myself, and also as a mayor of a small town, it is always a special moment for me to engage directly with citizens. So I'm sorry that this is late afternoon, but I think that it could be also interesting what we are going to say. My entire portfolio is about people and about engagement with citizens, and this was and it is at the heart of my work on democracy, especially during the conference on the future of Europe. I'm also curious on your views on the priorities and challenges for our precious European Union. Now we see how precious it is, especially in the context in this new geopolitical context. Many of the challenges we face require us to stretch our ideas beyond any short-term political mandate. Although you ask me what is my takeaway, but a short political mandate is not enough, so it is vital to listen to one another so that we can deliver the policy solutions which our citizens need and ask us for, and ones that are valid or that can be relevant to all generations. And that is democracy after all. So, as I said, it was almost everything was about citizens' ideas. But I also want to share with you some conference of the Europe results and proposals, which were embedded in Commission's work program for this year. Many of citizens, almost all of them, mentioned mental health. So the conference confirmed that mental health is a major concern for young people, and it is increasingly also an economic concern. Before COVID-19 pandemic, mental health problems affected 84 million Europeans. 1 in every 6 citizens at a cost of over 600 billion euros. And that translates to more than 4% of GDP. And the situation worsened during the pandemic. Loneliness reached alarming levels. In a recent survey, 13% of respondents in the European Union reported feeling lonely, most of them all the time. This was even higher for young people. At 20% in the European Union, the cost of mental health issues with children and young people is now estimated at around 50 billion euros. And we must do something about this. In June this year, we launched a new initiative, a comprehensive approach to tackle mental health. We marked out over 1 billion euros in financial support for 20 flagship initiatives, including a focus on youth. We are also promoting better work and life balance, as you know. You know that Europe is an aging continent, and the numbers show, or the forecast shows, in 2070 there will be less than 2 people of working age for every person over 65. So less than 2 people of working age working for those who are over 65. So we must reassess the traditional borders of economically active lives. We must all become more aware of what it means to live a longer and healthier lives. And we are talking now about longevity literacy. And here I must emphasize intergenerational solidarity, which is absolutely essential. Several areas and regions in the European Union are faced with increased demographic disparities. Communities feel left behind, not only communities, but people, personalities themselves. And this can fuel a sense of political disconnection, or what we call a geography of discontent. So we are trying to help with our initiative on harnessing talents in European regions, and intergenerational solidarity and dialogue was a key pillar of last year's European Year of Youth. All of you know that this year is European Year of Skills. So with this initiative, we want to support Europeans and young citizens to get the right skills for quality jobs and to support companies in addressing skill shortages in Europe. I also sure that many of you have benefited from Erasmus+, so you know how it broadens your personal and professional horizons. Now, in the meantime, European citizens panels will continue inviting people from all over Europe to deliberate and make recommendations. and one of these citizens' panels was focused on learning mobility. The ideas put forward by the citizens turned into 21 concrete recommendations. The general goal is to make the learning environment more accessible for everyone across borders. We must continue to embed these participative processes of consulting and engaged citizens in our policy making. Citizens, and you, especially you young citizens, are no longer content to vote in elections every 4 or 5 years. Through elections themselves, all of us know that elections themselves are a vital part of our democracy, but citizens want to be engaged and want to be informed during the period between elections. So democracy happens between two election periods. One of the reasons why I accepted to be a patron of the European Hope campaign, which is on track to engage over 1 million young people in the build-up of the European elections. I'm sure that some of you here are also involved. You young people understand the importance of being engaged in democracy and in being engaged in finding solutions to common issues together. That is why our citizens panels, we committed to 1 in 3 participants being a young person. So in Conference of the Future of Europe, 1 in 3, and also citizens panels, because it's not floscular, but we say future is yours, future is in your hand. There is much more to say, but I'm ready to reply to your questions, which would be better than to have a monologue like this.
Thank you so much, Vice President. So now we'll move on to Commissioner Vălean, who, I mean, your portfolio is very interesting on our topic, employs a lot of people, transport, creates a lot of emissions. I wonder how you see this balance and the priority that it's been, the focus that it's come into in the last few years especially.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. And for you all, I'm very happy to see young people interested in our ideas as EPP, and I'm counting a lot on you to take them on and try to talk with other people of your generation about how we see things, because there is a lot of confusion out there, politically speaking. And I can see that from my portfolio of transport. You know, transport means aviation, and it means rail, and means maritime, and waterborne transport on Rhine, on Danube. And it means road transport. And we have seen it in so many crises and in our day-to-day life, how much it matters that it works. After the crisis of COVID and everything, a lot of young people started to rely more and more on orders. You just click on the internet and you buy something, from food to I don't know what, which is delivered at your place. By whom? By transport companies, by logistic companies. And I'm saying there is a lot of confusion around transport. Even now, I mean, sometimes I'm invited to deliver on transport in the framework of environment and transport. So from the angle of how much transport is emitting, and should we curb transport? Should we limit the number of flights? Should we move all to rail? Should we all move to cycling or whatever? So environment and transport. Then is the economics of transport, because transport is providing for our economy a lot of money. All these companies are producing for European economy. Then, of course, if you look from jobs perspective or connectivity or mobility, even for young people, you will need connectivity and you will need mobility of people. So transport is so much an economic activity, but it also goes with our way of life as Europeans. Most recently, it was proposed that we will give up on cars and we will do something else. Because there are approaches saying that cars are not good at all, even the electric ones or whatever. And of course, we have proposed that it was embraced largely by the decision-making people that will give up on combustion engine by 2035. So our whole car industry in Europe is going to be changed. Today I had on my desk as Commissioner for Transport an issue. We have decided a long time ago that all the new trucks have to be sold. They have to have a new generation of a tachograph. Guess what? The two manufacturers in Europe who are actually producing the tachographs are not ready. So then the new trucks are not ready to have a new tachograph. So according to our legislation, they are supposed not to be sold. How do you deal with that? So this shows that sometimes there is a gap in our good intentions and the reality in the economy and the market. And this so many times is seen in transport activities. Well, we have been required to cut emissions drastically in transport, 90% by 2050. And that means aviation, that means rail, road, maritime. My approach towards the whole exercise was to try to create an industrial angle towards it, or a market angle towards it, so that we can give the incentives to create a market in order to decarbonize transport. Of course, there are other people which are not part of our family who would say, no, okay, if you want to reduce emissions from aviation, you have to have less flights. Question mark, do you want to have less holidays in Spain or wherever you need to go by airplane? Probably not. Do you want to have more expensive plane tickets? Probably not. So what we need to do is not to cut into our mobility in the number of flights, but we need to find smart solution to decarbonize this sector. That's why, for example, for aviation, I introduced a proposal that all the fuels used by aviation will have an increased path of using clean fuels, starting with blending mandate in percentage, which will grow over time. Then the industry is going to deliver more and more efficient aircrafts, which are emitting less. Then we'll have to make a really smart arrangement about how we fly in Europe, because you know what? If there is a strike in France, all the flights who are supposed to cross over France, they are detoured around, and this means more emissions. So, yeah, okay. And then we have everything very fragmented with each national each member state owning its own, owning the airspace, so that everyone does not want to share with others in the way we can make it more efficient how we fly. So instead of detours and overlappings and so on, if everyone will be in the same database, so this is called the Single European Sky, and we are trying to push this as a regulation so that will increase the efficiency of how we fly. And then more rail, we had the European Year of Rail, more rail. We are supporting a lot the member states to invest in rail as an alternative because it's more efficient. And then we would like to see more combined transport, so people will have a choice if they have time and they are not in a hurry. They can choose a rail connection instead of an airplane one, just because they want to save some emissions. A lot of digitalization still to be introduced in transport, but the angle, take my word, is to be smart, market-oriented, and industrial approach towards it, not cutting into mobility and connectivity of people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, let's get some questions. We're going to start with 99. She had her hand up first, and then we'll take 31, 74. I'll get to you guys later. So let's go to 91, 99, 31, 64. That's you. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. Hi, my name is Ciara Murphy from Ireland. My question is in relation to mental health and jobs. Currently in Ireland, there's a huge gap in the labour force in terms of healthcare, in terms of doctors, nurses, but then also in terms of mental health and disability services like occupational health therapists, speech and language therapists, social workers, every aspect of the multidisciplinary team. So it's causing a huge backlog in waiting lists and such. And I saw that the European Commission was introducing health initiatives to try encourage people into the workforce. So my question is that initiative going to be brought in as quickly and efficiently as possible? Will certain countries be prioritised? And is it possible for us to see, like we've seen with technology and other jobs, like a labour sharing across Europe, which I think would be brilliant. Thank you.
Good question. Interesting one. One of the complexities of the European Union. It would be interesting to hear what you say. Let's go to number 31. Please introduce yourself. You'll have to pull that microphone down towards you.
I'm Sarah from Ireland. And just to speak on the point of the air traffic control strikes, as an island, we were disproportionately affected in terms of our mobility in Europe when those strikes came into place. And although we have an option of taking the ferry, there are no transport links from ferry terminals in Europe to any other areas. So I was wondering, is there any investment that could go into transport links for other forms of ferries for the island nations within the EU?
That's a good question as well. And also interesting, Malta obviously is one of the other island nations. 64, please.
Is working? Yeah. Hi, my name is Nina and I'm coming from Slovenia. I actually have 3 questions. And first one is, what are the strategies to help farmers and fishermen to transition? Because it's obvious that probably this law will be accepted. Maybe with minor modifications, but anyways. The second one is you mentioned that you will transit to the rails, but that will mean that you will need to build more rails, so more pathways. How will that go with the environment, the safety of the environment? And the third one, you also mentioned healthier workplace. How will you convince the corporations to set the healthier workplace? Because they start, but then they just abandon everything, first of all, and then second of all, they demand from workers to work overtime because they can work now from home, so you have to be connected 24/7.
It's a lot of questions. There's a lot to get to there. Perhaps, can we start with you, Vice President, if you want to pick up on any of the 3 questions? So one was mental health, jobs, protecting people in that sense. The other about investment in transport for islands.
I can start with the question on health and mental health, and I think this is a very important question. It's not because I think, because citizens during the Conference of Future Europe decided that this is the question. It's not only about citizens who were randomly selected, but also because of surveys which we did. You know that in this mandate, European Commission came out with the European Health Union, and this is a big achievement of this Commission. Although, as all of you know, health is member state competence, and sometimes we cannot interfere into member states' competence. But during COVID, all of you would remember that leaders decided to come together and to join forces in order to invent new vaccine and to buy vaccine. There was a joint purchase, as you remember. So if they want, they can also interfere into member states' competencies when there is a danger which was facing whole world and whole globe. So sometimes it's not an easy task, but we provide member states with recommendations, so it's up to them whether they will cope with this or not. Of course, there is a big a labor shortage gap, as you know, due to brain drain, due to different reasons, due to not well paid and not well paid and not an undervaluated profession of nurse, teacher, social workers, and this profession should be better, should be attractive, of course, but it would be attractive if it would be respected in our societies, in our member states. What we are doing at the moment, we don't want to do it, but it is a case that we are creating brain drain in some member states, because people from some eastern member states go to, for example, Ireland, or to some Western member states, but also we, as a Europe in general, we are creating brain drain in third countries. And what this is not our goal, this is not our intention. Our intention is to make this brain drain brain gain or brain circulation in order to make people go back and bring their knowledge to their countries. But of course, it's our idea, but it's not easy to implement what I'm saying now. This is the idea in general. Also, there is, when we talk about this shortage and gap at labor market, we have to mention these legal migrations, although in some member states it's a huge, hot political issue. Although we are talking about legal migrations, but we have to manage legal migrations in order to cope with this phenomenon, which I think will be one of the biggest topics during the pre-election campaign for European elections. We also brought, as you know, we published Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. This is a very big file, and we were working on it also when I was a member of this House, this Parliament, but later on together with Commissioners Kyriakides and Skinas. So we are trying to persuade member states to use all these tools which we offer at their disposal. There is not much to say, but maybe let me give the floor to my colleague Valéan on mobility and on strike. Maybe you know more about this. Farmers, I can also reply if you wish.
Let's head to the Commissioner. If you don't mind, Commissioner Valéan.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. Indeed, there is a challenge because we want to switch more to rail, but where it makes sense from economics. And I'm giving you an example, which is not a Slovenian one, because you have a beautiful country, but still small, and you have the right connections, so don't need more than that. But we are looking, for example, we have developed in Europe the so-called network of infrastructure. It's called TEN-T, the Trans-European Network for Transport. And that defines which are the main connections between our countries, inside the country, which is main, which is comprehensive, which has special status like a core port or a comprehensive port, so on and so forth. So we need this planning, these maps, in order to make sure how we invest and we put our priorities. So, to give you an example about the importance of rail, but not necessarily the economics of rail, is the case of Sweden. Sweden says, okay, we agree that rail is very sustainable and important, but we are not going now to develop our rail connections because it's not economically feasible. We are going to develop an airline connection between our countries with electric planes, small, whatever, so it's not emitting. But the idea of investing on a very big country with small communities, a connection by rail, which is going to be very expensive, it makes no sense. So that's why we have to keep in mind when we develop, what is the challenge when you develop policies at European level, especially on an impact on the market. You have to take into consideration the differences. It's very tricky to propose a formula to fit all. We have to respect the economics of everyone because we want to preserve the economic competitiveness of the sector. We don't want to impose rules which make no sense for one country but makes sense for others. So this is one kind of things. What is the topic for the rail is how do we improve it and develop it and make it more modern, faster, more digitalized, more friendly for the consumers. Because if rail is able to offer, for example, for companies who are transporting merchandise, if the rails will be able to offer a real-time information about where is your product, which is not the case today, this is just an example, then it will become more attractive for the economy and more companies will move from road to rail to transport their products inside Europe. And this will make it more sustainable. So this kind of approaches we should follow and try to support. Ireland is in a difficult situation right now after Brexit, really. But that's why it's very much in our attention in terms of connectivity with its special needs. So we have looked at its needs when we designed the maps of connectivity, this so-called TEN-T network. So we have actually increased the corridors, we call them corridors of connectivity with Ireland, or especially on the maritime dimension. For example, all ports of Ireland now can be eligible for EU funding, which was not necessarily the case before in the whole equation of European ports. But we feel that it needs more support to have its connectivity with Europe. Of course, the government itself has to do very much lobbying and with continental countries where these ferries are landing and everything for developing the infrastructure there. But nevertheless, as a European Union, we are doing our best to reinforce the connection of Ireland with the continent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll let you pick up on some of the points from the first questions, but let's take some more. Okay, I'm going to go for 148. You had your hand up quite a few times. I'm going to have 245, yeah, and I'm going to go for 339. Who was that? Yeah, so 3 questions, probably the last in this session, but you can roll the questions over to the next session, apologies. Please, quick questions, and we'll get some quick answers if we can, because we're really running out of time. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Hi, I'm Susanna from the Netherlands. Ms. Verleyen, I liked your measurements to control the emission of the aviation in Europe. But I was curious because you told us about it's important that we don't minimize the flights in Europe because of many people want to travel. But what if we invest in a strong train network so people can travel through Europe, but also we can save the climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. 245, please introduce yourself. You're more than a number.
Luckily I am. Thank you for being here with us at this time. My name is Meryl. I'm also from the Netherlands. And there is a work group in this program that's also about agriculture. And I am from the Netherlands. And the past few months there have been a massive debate between agriculture and safeguarding our environment. Riots have been there, protests. So there is a huge debate sparked because in the Netherlands there is the EU is to blame for farmers not having a future. Massive depression on the farmers because they feel that they do not have the right to farm anymore. So there's a massive debate about doing what's right in our opinion as EU, and also strong feelings of our citizens that really feel harmed. Their mental health is really being harmed by the policy, at least that's their opinion. So my question is more a general one maybe, like how do we choose between, hey, our citizens and what they are feeling and responding to that, and also staying behind our EU policy? So how is that debate also for you? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the question from 339 and then we'll put it to our panelists.
Good evening, my name is Clayton, I'm from Belgium. As we know, Croatia is known worldwide for its
fish cuisine and Mediterranean lifestyle. And I was wondering if you could please inform me what will happen to the Croatian fishery, especially the trawlers and small fishing businesses on the Croatian islands. And then also, how can the EU protect them and make sure that they survive these challenging times? And thank you for being here.
So you touched on, let's go to you. You touched on that a little bit more. What pressure are you putting on as an MEP? What do you do as your work? That's an interesting sort of angle perhaps for our audience as well.
Maybe also to come back to Slovenian lady who asked a similar question, and I think this is exactly what turmoil we found ourselves as a representative of citizens here, is when we had these riots in Netherlands due to the fact that many of the policies that fortunately your colleague has gone away now, Mr. Timmermans, has been trying to implement, and that they were totally out of touch with reality. EPP is a party that takes care of farmers and also citizens so we are trying to save our nature, but also to save farms and not to go to unrealistic goals to return the farmland into 1950 or to reinvent the wheel or just to forget that we invented the wheel. So all the policies that were trying to be imposed by the part of these Greens ideologies here and that were not being able to be questioned has backlashed on us as well as a party, and we are the ones who are going to our constituency, who are talking to our people, who are talking to our farmers, who are going to the islands, talking to our fishermen, and we said stop. This is something that has to be changed, and the whole narrative, EPP is now going to change the whole narrative about this issue. Because food security is about first providing security for our farmers and for our fishermen and for all of those. I did this report, a new Bauhaus. In order to have healthy and safe and beautiful environment, we have to take the food from the 5 kilometers around our area. Where are you going to get this food if we are going to destroy our farms, and if we are going to turn all the farms into just forests and woods? So it was totally la-la land what they were talking about, and this next election we are coming with this new narrative, and we ask you as well to support us. We ask you to be vocal about that, because green activists and these green guys are much more vocal, and they're making this a fashionable issue that they're going to save dolphins. Who likes more dolphins than I do, and then the fishermen who are saving them every day? It's just their approach was so aggressive and so unrealistic that they almost came to the point that our people and our families and our small producers felt totally unrepresented and unprotected. But that's not the case. So we were vocal and we stopped that, and it's not true that it will not be changed. It will be. The trialogue is ongoing, and once administration changes, everything changes. This was personalized, so I'm very hopeful that we will be able to finish this battle to our favor. Thank you.
As a journalist in this town, the battle on the nature restoration law showed the shift, like the sort of Pandora's box of this debate is now open, and I think that was really clear to see as you've outlined.
Something as a journalist. It's not good to have in this Brussels bubble make people who are protecting and who are coming from the nature making them evil, because we are the ones who protected the nature all the way the road. And those people who go and who are beaten by the goat because they don't know what the goat is, they're trying to preach us what the goat is. So this is something that they see animals only in a zoo. And that's also the battle that we have to fight with the media. So I would just ask you as well to do this battle too.
Oh.
Thank you.
I wasn't reporting too heavily on that issue. It's not my specialist subject, but I do understand what you mean, and there's a real difference. There's a real shift. That's what I was saying. There's a real reflection about that. Can we talk about the rails versus aviation and the investments that the the colleague in 148 had asked about. Susanna,
Yes.
I think your name was.
Thank you. But this would be the case of Netherlands, which is a very weird case. It's the strange case of Benjamin Button going backwards. I mean, it is amazing what's going on. And I don't want to, linking with a previous question, I don't think it's fair to consider that European legislation has imposed on Netherlands some things which are now blocking Netherlands or forcing to take decisions which will go backwards from economic development, from more connectivity, from mobility, from one and other. And I'm talking, for example, on the whole issue of the nitrogen. You are the only country in Europe with this. So you are an example, a very weird example for us all, how implementing an interpretation of a legislation will basically stress your economy on everything. Now you are supposed to cut flights from Schiphol, but this is already a global industry and it will have immense effects on a global scale for Netherlands and its connectivity, because you are a hub, a very important hub for the world. So it's very complicated. Nevertheless, it's very present, the whole idea. While having such a good rail connectivity, people do not take more the rail and they still fly from Brussels to Amsterdam because you are a hub. And then it has to be settled how it's easier for people. Not necessarily less expensive, because now it's not that rail is more expensive than airlines. It's the same thing. But it is about connectivity, and it is a discussion we are having. We are trying to propose at European level something which will help selling the tickets or encourage companies to sell multimodal tickets, so that we will have airline companies selling also rail for the second leg, so on and so forth. But all these are soft measures, because in the end it's the market which decides. And apparently for the Netherlands and Belgium, the market decided that it's worth it, better to fly than take the rail. It is something to be determined. Why is that? Because there are so many rail connections, still so many flights. I think it is on the business of being a hub, which is not a bad thing in itself. So it is of economics of this industry. But still, it's for you, the young people, to reflect on the strange case of Netherlands and its nitrogen credits and so on and so forth, and have a look at the other European countries and European regulation and see how is this working for your economy, not only in transport, but also in agriculture and other economic areas.
Really interesting what will happen in the Dutch elections as well, because it's such a big issue, and that changes what happens in the council. Perhaps we can get just a final comment for you. We're pretty much out of time, but Vice President, if you want to pick up any of the points that were raised in the questions.
Thank you for this opportunity. First of all, I would like to say that everything is about balance. Everything is about balance. So the digital and green transition offers huge opportunities for our European industry and for our economy in general. So with Next Generation EU and with Repower EU, we are investing a lot of money in this transition. But of course, it's about balance, as I said. So we have milestones, but we have to take into consideration what our citizens say. And I think when I was mentioning citizens' panels, Conference of the Future of Europe, participative democracy, representative democracy, we have to take into consideration what they say. There was a question, how do you choose between citizens and policies? We don't choose between citizens and policies, but we create these policies for citizens. And this is something which should always be taken into consideration. So I don't think there is strong debate. There are strong debates, and you mentioned Netherlands. There are strong feelings of citizens, but I think it's not European Union who has to be blamed for these policies. It's about particular politicians who don't follow the rules, who don't balance, who don't understand citizens' wishes. So I think listening to citizens is more important than ever nowadays. And this is the reason why I said it's not enough to go for elections in 4 or 5 years, but to have permanent contact with citizens. And then we will not lose sight of reality. And this is what I advocate on the part of my portfolio in democracy, but also in demography. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and hope to see you all in elections next year.
Saliana Zovko, Dubravka Suiza and Adina Valian, thank you so much. So that concludes our third theme. I'll ask you to come down from the presidency, and I'll just tell everyone we're moving on now to our final panel, which is going to be about solidarity, European solidarity. I know it's late in the day, but you will still have an opportunity to ask your questions, and you will have time then to get to the dinner and the drinks later. So to that effect, I'm going to invite to the stage Paulo Rangel, who is the Vice President of the European People's Party Group Presidency, the Vice Chair, Sabine Verheyen, who is the Chair of the Committee on Culture and Education of the European Parliament and a member of the Special Committee on Foreign Interference and all foreign interference, and Romana Tomc, who is the Vice Chair of the EPP Working Group in the Employment Committee. So thank you so much for joining us as well. As they take to the stage, just a reminder that you'll be able to ask some questions. We'll have some short interventions. I'm going to use this opportunity, actually, for everyone left in the room to just tell you what happens after this. We'll finish this at 6:45, and then after that, you're best off getting up and heading straight over to the Auto World, which is where we're going to have our evening do tonight. Shortly after we finish this panel, Joanne will just explain a little bit about what's going on tomorrow morning, when you guys are going to get into your working groups and start putting your campaigns together. But we will start. Paula, it's great to see you. Perhaps you can explain a little bit about, we talk a lot in Brussels about what's, European solidarity. We've heard a lot in the previous panels about protection and, environment, etc. What does European solidarity mean for you?
Well, first, thank you very much, Jack, for your question. I would like naturally to welcome all our young members of this Youth Week. It is really a pleasure to receive you here in the European Parliament. And I hope that you can enjoy your stay, and you can also learn a lot about politics and how European institutions work. Then, speaking about solidarity, I have to say that we could, with this word, speak about each dimension of European Union and of European history in a certain way. So we could say, to start, that European Union as such, when it was created in 1953 and 57, it is an act of solidarity, because countries that were always at war, and especially that in the latest 150 years were in very, very terrible wars, they decided to put aside their differences and to create first an economic community, and then to bring this economic experience to a political union. And so this is an act of solidarity. Solidarity is also what we are doing now with Ukraine. So you can also have a political and defense solidarity with a country that is under aggression. But solidarity is also to have an European social fund, to have cohesion funds, to grant that we have a united market where the conditions in the different territories, in the different member states, are in convergence, so that we have growth, but everybody is growing in such a way that they can live with more or less the same standards of living. This is also solidarity. Solidarity is also the experience that you have when you have to receive refugees, candidates to asylum that come from wars, persecution, religions, political persecution. This is also in a certain way solidarity. So with this expression, with this value that is at the core value of European Union, you can decline it, so you can translate it in very, very different fields of the activity of European Union. From culture to institutions, from defense to development, you can have solidarity, because solidarity is an European value with Christian roots. That means that I see the other as someone that is equal to me and that deserves to be so free as I am. And so this philosophical assumption is behind all this political construction.
It's a nice concept, that. What sort of drives our desire to do anything? Sabina, perhaps we can come to you. You work a lot with the youth programs in the European Union. How do you see it, this prioritization perhaps of solidarity within the EU or externally? I wonder what it means to you.
I think the solidarity we have in the European Union is set up, like Paolo already said, quite broad. And especially in the youth programs, when it comes to exchange programs, when it comes to educational programs, when it comes to the cultural programs, but especially also when it comes to the European Solidarity Corps, which has the solidarity already in its mind. It shows that we as European Union try to bring together young people from different countries via educational systems, also to deliver them access to the different education systems. What we do in the programs at the moment is that we make them more inclusive, so that not just those who can afford an exchange or a semester in another country are able to take part in these programs, but to make it more inclusive. I think that is the kind of solidarity we show in the programs. But also with the European Solidarity Corps, we created also under the let's say push of the EPP, a system where young people have the possibility to make solidarity work as voluntary work or internships in social organizations abroad, not just in their own country, but also to go cross-border to show solidarity, to make their experience in other countries. And I think that is also very crucial to set up a European understanding of the way how Europe lives its solidarity. Paolo already said, especially also in all the programs, Europe shows solidarity, even when it comes to regional development funds, when it comes to the Interreg programs, with the people-to-people and other things. It's always shown solidarity, practical solidarity, where from the common budgets, where every member state pays in according to their economical powers into the system, and everyone equally can take part in these programs. And I think that is the best way of solidarity we can show. And especially when it comes to young people, also when we work together in the European education area to give young people in the end, that's the aim, the chance that their education is recognized everywhere in Europe in the same way. Also that is a part of solidarity that is there to offer opportunities to everyone, not depending where he comes from. When it comes to not just European solidarity, but also outside the European Union, you have to know that in the programs, not just European member states take part, but also neighboring countries that are candidates, countries that are part of the economical area in Europe can take part. But also we have a solidaric system for worldwide participation in Erasmus called Erasmus Mundus, where also people from African countries and others can take part. We have in the development funds, we have a special aspect but also on education, where we as European Union also finance the setup of education institutions to help young people to get a better chance in their life. That is a real and haptic solidarity that you can really experience, not just inside Europe, but also from Europe to the rest of the world.
Thank you, Sabina. Let's move on to you, Romana. I mean, you work predominantly on sort of employment issues here in the European Parliament, this idea. What does that mean from a solidarity aspect? Protecting people's jobs is a big part of what the European Union sees, right?
Yes, of course. This is really important. But first of all, I would like to welcome you as well in this hemicycle, where the theory comes to practice, where we decide on important things. And looking at you, I would say only that the best fight till the end. So congratulations for staying here, for having energy, and I'm sure that you will be very well rewarded afterwards. But let me mention, because there was a special occasion in my country, Slovenia is the country where I come from, and probably you've heard that a month ago we were really badly hit by the floods. So this is the solidarity in the pure meaning of its word. Well, this is solidarity. What happened in Slovenia? Because after these devastating floods, which took lives, houses, everything what one did in the whole period of his life, was taken away in a minute. And without solidarity among other citizens of Slovenia, which were the first to help, our party leader, our party members, as well as party members of other countries came to help, but also with the help of European Fund. I could say here that money is important, but because we are a small country and nobody can deal with that amount of damage and to cover it with, within their budget. So European Union, European funds are here to help. So we are really grateful that we have this Solidarity Fund, but it's not all about money. It is about money. Money, of course, is important, but important is also attitude of other people. Important is the feeling that you can count on somebody else. And this is why I believe the solidarity is one of the core values of European Union. You never know what will happen to you in the near future. I hope that everything goes well. But in case that not everything is going well, then it is good to know that there is somebody to help you. We always say that a European Union is a big family, and in the family we help each other. I also believe that this is one of the areas we fight over many things about foreign politics, about green transition, economic issues, everything. But I think that when it comes to solidarity and its meaning and preparedness to help, all political groups in this parliament are of the same opinion. So this is also one thing that connects us all. And this is important also for our political future, our future of Europe. So.
Thank you so much, Romana. Yeah, and it's really true. You see this sort of idea of solidarity often when the crises happen. You see it with the Greek fires, etc. as well. But it's an important part of looking into what this all means. Do we have any questions? Raise our hands. Oh, lots of questions. Let's start with 240. I've seen your hand up a few times. Then we'll go to number 976. We'll take 2 and then 2, actually. So go 240 and then number 9. We'll get a few in. Please, sir. Who are you?
Hello there. I'm Oliver Stelter from Germany, and I have a question about solidarity. Talking about solidarity, how do countries like Poland and Hungary, which more increasingly seem to not share the values of the European Union, fit into the EU?
Big headache here in Brussels. I mean, this is a question that gets debated in this Parliament quite often. Please, the gentleman on number 9.
Hi, I'm Alex from Germany. My question is slightly less controversial. Do you think an introduction of a European-wide minimum wage would help to bridge a gap between lacking economies versus the strong ones, or would it interfere in the growth process of those? Thanks.
Perhaps slightly less internationally controversial, but certainly no less hotly debated, that issue. Would any of you like to pick up on this? Romano, I can see you smiling.
The minimum wage, I can tell you because I'm a member of the Employment Committee, and the directive about the minimum wage was adopted. So we have the platform, we have a minimum wage, and I think that this is a good thing. A good thing is because it leaves you a lot of opportunity to create your politics, your way how to decide about minimum wage in your country. It is not decided by the European Parliament. It is only decided that a member state must have some kind of minimum wage, whether it is decided by law, whether it could be decided in the social agreement within the social partners. It's up to you. So we leave you open hands how you will deal in your country, but I think that it is good to protect our workers by having a minimum wage. So it was adopted by a huge majority here in the Parliament, and I think that all the political groups were in favor, including our EPP family.
The big question is what happens in the member states, though. That's the reality of it. Paolo.
Well, picking up the first question, first I think that we have to say that we cannot say Hungary and Poland as such. One thing is Polish and Hungarian government, another thing is the member state. And so this is a different. You have to differ population and a nation and a country from a concrete government in a concrete moment. So this is a distinction that you should keep. This being said, so that's why I say we are not going to expel Hungary or to expel Poland. But it's true that the political developments, institutional developments, both in Hungary and Poland are very concerning. In Hungary, really extremely concerning, I have to say, because we see that there is a deterioration of the rule of law. So, European Union is a club of democracies that are liberal democracies. That means decisions are taken by majority, but under certain principles and rules. That means we have to respect separation of powers, independence of judiciary, and human rights, fundamental rights. And what we see, for instance, in the case of Hungary, is that media freedom and independence of judiciary are at stake. There are some laws, there are some actions that put a lot of questions. What is doing European Union when the institutions see or detect that some breaches of rule of law are being, I'd say, decided by government, by parliament, by institutions of a certain country? You have a lot of infringement procedures And that happens in the case of Hungary and in the case of Poland. So they are taken to court because this law or that law is not compatible with the treaties and with the values of the treaties, and especially with rule of law. But you have also today an instrument that is a quite efficient one, that is the suspension of funds. You have, for instance, the Next Generation EU, so all this fund that was created to deal with COVID crisis impact is suspended in the case of Hungary and also in the case of Poland. And then, let me tell you, there is still a final I'd say, a response or answer, that is Article 7 of the treaties. And Article 7 would allow to forbid the vote of this member state in the Council and in European Council. The two procedures are launched, one against Poland by the Commission, the other against Hungary government by the Parliament. But unfortunately, the Council, the European Council, has been paralysed till now in this matter. So they didn't progress. And they say sometimes, because we need unanimity and we don't have. That is not true. Some of the steps can be taken by majority, a big majority, but this majority is in place. So here I think that we could have done more, but it's true that we have instruments to deal with this kind of very, very serious and grave breaches.
Thank you. Sabina, quickly, because we want to take some more questions.
We were discussing just this morning during the hearing of the new Commissioner for Education, Horizon Programme and so on, because a Hungarian colleague asked if it's okay if the Erasmus funds are cut for young people from Hungary. Yes, it is okay. And she was claiming that the European Union is doing something bad and we have to act. And the answer to this was, no, the government in Hungary have to act. They have to come back to the rule of law, to the principles we have, to freedom of education, freedom of academia, freedom of media, and all these fundamental freedoms we have. And then also the young people have again the chance. But if we don't sanction this behavior in this case, and this behavior in fundamental principles, not just doing something we don't like, but doing something that is against the general principle of the European Union, there we have some measures to cut funds, like Paolo already said, and sometimes you just get member states back on the right line when you come with money or not come with money. That's also a question of solidarity on the one hand, but solidarity is not just a one-way road. Solidarity also needs solidity. You need a fundamental basis that compares and complies to our fundamental values we have, which we all agreed on. Also Hungary and Poland agreed in principle on European values. And I think it is important to make clear, if you leave that road, then you cannot get the whole solidarity you expect from this community.
I don't know, we haven't touched on this yet, but today in this very house there's been really interesting hearings going on, the Dutch and the Bulgarian commissioner replacement candidates going through it. As an EU geek, I will be at home watching those hearings a bit later, so I'm re-watching them, part of my job. But let's take some more questions. We'll go, you wanted to ask a question, so we'll go 7, 6, 24, let's go 287 as well. 287, let's take 4 questions and we'll see how we get on with them. Please stand up, introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Sean Dillon from Ireland, from Dublin. I know you mentioned about the tragic loss of life in Slovenia from the floods a few weeks ago. And I think last summer there were over 60,000 people that died from climate-related deaths and heat waves and heat-related deaths in Europe. And I would like to ask, in a solidarity sense, if you had to sit in the front room of the families who lost someone, what would you say about the work that you're doing from a solidarity and a unity and empathy standpoint? Thank you.
Powerful question. We'll get to them. The gentleman in number 6.
Hi, my name is Eli. I'm also from Ireland, and kind of a similar question to what Sean was speaking about. Ms. Verheyen, I thought your point about funds that are available all around the world in Africa was particularly interesting, because I think one of the areas where the EU, Europe and Africa have an aligned objective is water security. And I have done a little bit of research into desalination technology, and I was wondering whether you think that it has any potential application in securing water for Europe in the future, and indeed perhaps Africa on a more humanitarian basis. And thank you to all the panel for staying late as well.
Thanks, Eli. Let's go to number 24.
Hi, Marlies from the Netherlands. My question is related to people, because we kept saying there are so many funds available for example, Slovenia, and it's amazing that there are so many funds. But I also wonder if there's like a knowledge fund, so you can call on experts, for example, from the Netherlands on how to deal with the water management. So I wonder if there's something like that as well. Thank you.
Interesting question. Let's take the gentleman on 287, and then we'll see how we go.
Yeah, hi. My name is Marvin Schippering from Germany, and I'm interested in regional policy. And the regional fund is a long-established instrument from the early 1970s, and I'm asking myself, or well, not myself, actually you, do you think that the fund has a vision, or is it just an instrument to distribute money? And I'm asking because, for instance, I think around 2 months ago I read an article about the elections in Spain, about the empty regions and the frustration there, and how regional policy in Spain didn't address this. And I think similar examples could be found in other areas or regions of the Union. Thanks.
That question works quite nicely with the one we just heard as well. Let's take one more. This is going to be the last question from 414. Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Nicole. I'm from Bulgaria. And speaking of solidarity, I was curious. Well, for me, this is a virtue, and it's, like you already said, a really huge topic. Like, we can include a lot of things into that. And how do you think we can fight the Euroscepticism? Because, like, the solidarity is one of the main virtues of the European Union. So how can we, like, engage more the European citizens in the policy and everything that actually the European Union is trying to build? Because I think that's kind of, mainly, for me personally, maybe the big problem that a big part of the European societies doesn't understand what is actually happening and for what is the Union, and that the main aim of every meeting here is to build something for them, but they kind of don't understand that and the meaning of the word solidarity. And yeah.
Good question, Blogaderia. Thank you. Let's hand those questions over. I don't know, would one of you like to come in quickly? I think the idea of the regional policies and the idea of just funds rather than knowledge, let's pick up on that. Perhaps, Romana, you'd like to come in on that?
Yes, I can only agree with you that this is a big issue for the future. Whether we do our policy in the best way or not. And the results show us that maybe we have to think over about why do we have these regional funds. I think that each member state, almost each member state, especially on the East, there are very, very huge problems. There are areas which are devastated, but they are devastated. They are without people. You know, people. The commissioner in the previous panel spoke about that. Young people are leaving their countries, and they are going to meet a brighter future. For the time being, they're going inside the European Union in the country which is more developed. But, well, it's not there is one point. Well, we have to take care that we have Erasmus programs, that we have free mobility, that we take care that people can go everywhere where they want. But on the other hand, we have to take care that these people also come back to their country, well, that they do their input in their economy, that they take care that the economy of, or the nation of that country lives on. So this is a huge question inside the European Union, and it's also connected with demography, which is another issue we will have to address very, very intense and immediately. Next week, Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission, has a speech on the state of the European Union. And I'm sure she will mention a lot of big issues which are on the table today. But I'm almost sure that she will give no attention to demography. So we will see. Maybe I will be surprised. I will be happy if I'm wrong. But so far, we didn't pay attention to our demographic problems. And who is the solution for our demographic problems? It is you. Young people, you are the solution for our future.
Thank you, Romana. I'm going to ask you the difficult question. The gentleman, I can't remember your name, sorry. Sean asked, how would you, Paolo, talking to a family of the lost ones of these crises, from climate change, from floods, etc., like that? It's quite a difficult question to answer, but perhaps you can give it a bash.
Well, it's a very, very difficult answer, because whenever you have a death, you have to show empathy, solidarity, compassion. And whatever is the reason, it can be a climate disaster, but it can be a car accident. If you are with someone that has lost his or her beloved ones, this is always a challenge. I have to say also that we have naturally today a lot of problems and also deaths that are climate related. But even when we didn't have any climate change problem, we had a lot of natural disasters where these things happened. So this is nothing new. We have also to acknowledge that, not only to go to this idea that now things are very different. There was earthquakes, fires, floods. When I was a child, and we didn't speak about climate change, it happened every week when you were watching television, in this place, in that place. So this is something that we should aware. But let me only say 2 or 3 things that are related with your concern, but that were addressed by the other colleagues. One is development of Africa is crucial for Europe. So we have to invest there. We have to help them. If you look at the numbers, demography, Europe in 1900, so in the beginning of 20th century, had 20% of world population and Africa 5%. Today, Africa has 20% and we have 6%. And Africa will have the same population of China and India together in 2100. So Africa, that is our natural neighbor, we have to have a strategy to be solidar with them and to help also their own development. That is in our interest, is our human obligation, but is also our interest. Then only a final word, or 2 final words. One to say, what we have today is this empty movement. We come from rural areas to cities, and so you have these empty regions everywhere, in every country. And then you come from cities to richer countries where opportunities are there. inside the European Union and outside the European Union. And this causes the brain drain. For instance, when you see our candidate countries of Balkan, of former Yugoslavia, the ones that are candidates now, the brain drain is a drama there, because they are losing the young generation that could help the development that they need. So we can try to fix that. We can help this with regional policies, with support to these countries, and also with development to other continents. And only a final word to Euroscepticism, to our young Bulgarian friend, to say that there is a problem sometimes. We have a very good example. After COVID crisis with vaccines and Ukrainian war with the aggression of Russia, everybody understands that Europe is crucial. So this, in a certain way, is changing. But we politicians, we have some responsibility here, because when Europe does something that is good at national level, politicians say it was our country, our government, our party that made this, but it was Europe that was doing that. When things go wrong, they blame Europe, not their own responsibility. And I can say that because I have the two hats today. So I'm a European politician, but I'm also vice president of my party at home. And I know very well, if things go well, it is the Portuguese that are doing very, very good. If they go wrong, it is Brussels that is blamed. This is what creates Euroscepticism.
It's a really interesting point. Euroscepticism sort of has become much more of a member state issue than an EU-wide issue after Brexit, I would hazard to say as well, because even the most Eurosceptic parties pretty much don't talk about leaving the EU anymore. Sabine, perhaps we can come to you quickly.
Perhaps because I think in the development question many things are said, but perhaps it's because in my DNA as Cultural and Education Committee chair, but I think it is very important if we really want to have a development in Africa, we need education. And education in all fields, not just higher education, which works quite well meanwhile in the exchange, but also when it comes to vocational education and training, because you need these basic skills to set up plants, to set up water well systems and other things. There are many things people have to know and people have to learn, and the education systems in these countries are not accessible for a broad range of people. Very often distances are too high and so on. And there is where the European Union, also with the Africa strategy, sets a priority to go forward in this. When it comes to Euroscepticism, again I come back to my field of politics, education. We're having programs like Learning EU at School and other programs where we really want to encourage the education systems and teachers in the member states to teach more about Europe and to learn more about Europe themselves. When I hear that, for example, in my country where I do come from Germany, people can study history, social politics, political science and other fields for being a teacher later on, they never hear something during their studies about Europe, but they have to teach about Europe. When I have schools here as visitors groups, I sometimes just make like this when I hear the stupid things they are telling the children and the pupils. So I think what we need is more transparent and better information. We need a better communication about what Europe does, but also better communication about the differences we have in this house. Because normally communication about European policies is the Commission has said that, Europe has said, that's this questionable Europe. Who is that? Did the Commission make a proposal? What does the Council decide? What does the Parliament decide? Nobody knows because they don't know the structures. And I think the basis is that we educate people, not just pupils, but also in the lifelong learning concepts. We do it via the Rights and Values program, via many of our support schemes we have in the educational and societal area. We try to inform people, to bring them to discuss, but what we have to do ourselves is to make better clear what we do on the European level and where are the political differences also between political groups, because it's not Europe has decided, but a majority in this House or a majority of the member states. And I think that is something we have to make more transparent.
That's our time. A huge thanks to Romana, to Paolo and to Sabina. Thank you so much. And a huge thanks to all of you guys as well for staying. As I said, you're going to leave here, you're going to go out to the auto world, make your way straight there. But just quickly, Joanne, because Joanne is the person that will take over in the coming days. So let's have a quick rundown of what she needs you to know for tomorrow.
So for the past 2 days, you've been listening to our external experts and to our elected representatives from the European Parliament and from the European Commission. All of those seeds of ideas you're going to take tomorrow to our facilitated workshops. You're going to spend tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon building out a solution to one of the greatest challenges facing Europe's youth in your view. So you have been assigned your theme and your topic. You've also been assigned your group. You've also been assigned a room to be in for the duration of tomorrow. Yes, we will come in here for a time in the afternoon. So please make yourself aware of that in the app. Please be here at 9:30 to go through security. Some of you are going to the Zweig building. You have to go through security there. You haven't been there yet. It's adjacent to the tent, just at the back of the Youth Village tent. Some of you are coming here. And some of you are actually going to the tent. So be here at 9:30 to get through security, because we kick off sharp at 10 a.m. and tomorrow you work, okay? Have a great evening and we'll see you in Auto World. And thank you for your attention. Yes?
Yeah, for me it's also important because I have to think about kind of and we share them and we have to stay with them. That's why I get inspired these days. But in the end, I have to convince the people in the streets that they have to vote for my CDA, not for the Labour Party. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I think they want to join the EPP. Yes, they were. They were like the biggest. Like we had 12. Share a lot of yeah, we already have two. Yes, I think it was like their candidate for Prime Minister. Yeah. That's discuss. And their candidate for Prime Minister is yeah. They did that also. So the problem with us is that we didn't have an attitude, right attitude. It was like, yeah, we farmers. So we lost them by not talking. And that's the first one. And the second one is we are way too average. Like we don't have a very clear story on we're coming back. Yeah, maybe Matt is way more outspoken about it. Yeah. No, South the net's very small, so we know each But thank you for your answer. It helps. Ja, zeker.
Mit der kompletten Delegation war Marc einen WhatsApp-Link gemacht hat und jetzt haben wir eine WhatsApp-Gruppe und Martin ist als Administrator. Also die kann ich auch nächste Woche noch anschreiben. Aber jetzt sind die Internet. Hier löst es.
Das ist natürlich auch